Hello, chat, and welcome to today's stream. Let me lower the music a bit. You may notice some interesting steps here that we had to do at the beginning. That is invisible depending on certain sides. I won't say which side, but we also have another flow. So right now, there's going to be a thing where at the start of every stream, we run a 3-minute ad because that kills the pre-rolls for the next hour. So it lets people filter into the stream without an ad for like the next hour, which is usually when people filter in anyways for the streams. Then, because I turned off the mid-roll ads, if you just stay in the stream and you just don't refresh the page, you should never have to deal with an ad ever again. It's a fairly substantial trick, I think, for general enjoyment because it means that you can just kind of pop in and then you don't have to deal with like all the stuff there. So it should be good. Do I pick the content of the ads? Yes. I before every ad, I actually go over this list of all of you, and then I see what your interests are, and then I say, okay, give them this ad. Did you enjoy the ad that I gave you? You depraved sicko. I see we have some people who didn't enjoy my choice of ads for them. Well, that's really it's unfortunate that you didn't enjoy what I gave you. Welcome to McDonald's. I'm not sponsored by McDonald's. McDonald's, please don't sue me. We're also doing something a bit different today. Today's just going to be a pure programming stream, and I'm not going to cut the VOD from just chatting to something else because I'm a bit lazy. So we're just going to do everything in one go, and then this is going to be one of the few full VODs on the second channel. So welcome to today's programming stream. There's not much to talk about, right? Today is going to be a 5-hour day because I got to go soon. I want to enjoy my life outside of streaming, which means I also want to just not stream sometimes. Not that I hate streaming, but if I play every single game on stream, I'm gonna have no games for off stream. And also because my friends and I cannot. We tried. We tried to Pavlov ourselves into using all of our online nicknames, but we use our real life nicknames, which is weird because we don't really use our names. We just use our real life nicknames. I don't think anybody uses their real names here. At least I don't know anyone's real name. So we're going to be moving on right into the programming segment of Sandbox. If you don't know what this is, we're programming our own game in Sandbox about rolling snow, building snowmen. I call it Snowjob. I was thinking of calling it Snow People. We'll figure out the naming after. And then we're going to try to get more than, most of it done. I have a song for the beginning of the stream, the end of the stream, in the middle of the stream. You have life? Sure. Oh, sure. Snowjob is a great name. But I think it's time to move on from that name. Just like we're going to move on from that song choice. We have a song today to start us off. Okay, it's a beautiful song. It's a wonderful song that I really enjoy, actually. You've heard this artist before on this channel, actually. I play this artist quite often. This artist is a favorite of mine because of, I think, the way that their voice sounds. There's something about their voice that sounds so beautiful to me. It sounds like it's full of life, and it's strange how to say that in a way that doesn't sound like a serial killer, kind of explaining the final gasps of somebody that they've found and killed. But it has a certain quality to it that makes me go oh yeah, I feel so warm and comforted in some way. And they use it to great effect. It's a song by Charlotte Day Wilson. Called Take Care of You, and it's featuring Sid from, I think their group was called The Internet. It's a fascinating group, but I really enjoy Sid as well as that whole group. I really enjoy their songs in particular, but Sid in particular has been doing a lot of collaborations within recent times. Well, for a while now. They haven't been a part of, just The Internet for a very long time. It's funny for me to say The Internet considering that we are on The Internet now, but that's what the group is called. So please enjoy as I kick us into the rest of the song. And again, today's theme is nice, comfort, chill. It's going to be a very relaxing day. So if you want to kick back and relax, this is where you belong. I love that song a lot. As I said before, I mean, you all know, I played Charlotte Day Wilson a lot on this channel. All of her songs are really, really good. Even the songs when she's just there as almost the backing voice or the a part of the song, like the Daniel Caesar songs, like the Bad Bad Not Good songs. She always knocks it out of the park. And you hear that quality about her, right? It's that flavor to her voice. It feels so soulful, like very very alive, but not like in like a particular. It's like her own particular way of like that sound. I also really like the range of her voice a lot. I think that lower range is like very very nice. As well, I really enjoyed the mixing on this song and like the production work on it. I really enjoyed the effect that they did where they pitch shifted her to be like lower in that like chorus. It feels almost like a chant. The way that it repeats over and over and over. The song itself feels very very ethereal in that sense. It's a very good song. But hopefully you get an idea of what the stream is going to be like. Um, and in general, this is the entire theme of the stream. And actually, this is sort of a sneak peek into the process, since we have just a moment here to sort of show you. It's actually quite complicated to go through these songs, just because it's difficult to find the right number of songs that would fit the mood in a particular day. So you can see the old one down here. You can see the new one over here, and you have the times of when I decided when to do them. But also, this is like a fraction of the total songs that I had. I think I listened to maybe 50 songs last night, trying to find one that A, we hadn't heard before. So maybe like 20 of them were like tossed out. Then B, had the right vibe for today's very relaxed stream. Because we don't want to go too hard today. Today's more of a relaxing day for us to build stuff, hang out, and see what's going on. However, I guess it depends on you and what is your definition of relaxing. If you're a product manager, you're probably looking at me going, "Oh God, here we go again. This guy trying to build his game, trying to see what's like happening, trying to build whatever this is." Why'd you look in the corner? Sorry, it's you know how like people wear their face mask, like the whole thing. Skincare is important. It's important to take care of yourself. But I didn't do skincare this morning, so I figured since I'm not feeling very pretty today, I figured I'd wear the mask in order to mask what I look like. So I brought out Eileen again, her old friend Eileen. Eileen the alien, from the alien stream from last time, from Voices of the Void. It was the first thing on the list because it starts with A in my item list. So, yeah, today we have Eileen helping us build Snowjob. Now, again, if you don't know what this is, Snowjob is a game that we're making in a sandbox, which is sort of the spiritual successor to Garry's Mod. That's what the website says. I'm not making things up, but it's more of a game engine and a separate platform than it is like a sandbox game the most. But we're working on the game engine side, working with the game engine side in order to make a game about rolling snow, making snowmen, snow people. I still don't know what to call this necessarily. Snowjob is not going to be a good name to release under. And in a shared environment with other people by pushing the snow around. However, there's also a couple of other things about it that I wanted to do as well. I wanted to have items that you can find around the map, that you can sort of like, stick to your snow structures. I also realized that this would be fun in the sense of like, as you roll your snowball, the items will stick to the outside of the ball for collection or discarding. And I want like a large variety of items, so maybe like a bunch of like pre-made assets with varying shapes and sizes. For instance, I had this idea of Jelkalin Monroe, which is like this item would be a floppy and oddly flesh-like hand. Like rubber hand. Like those like fake hands that you have for doing nail work? Actually what's funny is that my wife and I went to the nail store and we found, because like when you go to the nail store, like a real nail supply shop, they also have tools for you to work with, right? So sometimes you'll get these fake hands to show off the nails, but where else do you have nails, chat? Not only on your fingers, on your toes. So we found a fake foot. I really wanted to buy it, but they ran out of the foot model. So I was like, oh, there's not enough. Like, we couldn't buy a foot model. I was very sad, actually. But yeah, if you've ever seen those, then you know what I'm talking about. So you get one of those fake foot models or those fake hand models. Feels very real. The nail is surprisingly accurate as well. And I wanted to name it Jelkalin Monroe after the act of jelking. Because I thought that'd be funny, and then it would just be like a slow realization of like somebody reading it, like Jacqueline Monroe. The name has no real resemblance to any real person. That name just popped up in my head as like a Jacqueline thing, and then I was like, what's a good last name for that? I guess Monroe. It sounds nice. I don't know. It rolls off the tongue, right? I also realized actually that we have a couple of key things about this game that we didn't actually plan out here. Can you figure out the problem? Camera system, FPS controls, multiple people on a shared map, snow patriots, posing system, colored snowballs, shit to stick to your thing. Even as like a nice to have secret bunker, having multiple people to play at the same time, like in that spaces thing. Really, really cool stuff, right? Um, where's the snow? That's right, Chad. We never bothered to plan out how we're gonna make snow. So we need to figure out how to make snow. So, first off, learnings. We learned about what is the sandboxing. We also need to actually make sure that the game has snow. If this game doesn't have snow, it's actually over. Like, we're actually doomed. So, snow. The snow falls from the sky, land on the floor. I don't know if I want dynamic piling of snow over a long period of time, because I don't know how hard that would be to like do. I guess it would make sense. You remember saying that I wanted to make it crusty. Wait, to make what crusty? The snow? Or the hand, like the Jacqueline Monroe. Oh, you mean the snow? Or unless you mean the entire thing. Like, yes, I want to make it crusty, but not too crusty. Oh, the snow itself. Well, sorry, not crusty. I think when I said crusty, I meant to say crunchy, but my brain has been rotted, so I said crusty. I want it to be very, very crunchy. So it must have the ability to deform as you walk over it. Uh, 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 as well as when you roll over it. Um, and then maybe piling up, fall from the sky, land on the floor, maybe piling up over time. This should be relatively simple, but it's like it really depends on the way that we program the level of snow, right? Because the level of snow on the floor, if we do it like this, it's way more complicated. If I just say that there's snow on the floor and it just deforms, we can do that in a shader, right? Very simple. And then, over time, it'll just come back. Or, we can put a limit to the deformation, right? So if we just do it like a single layer of snow, that's the same height relatively with some noise, you can make it kind of wavy and stuff, and then as you walk, you can just do like a shader or something. I'm assuming, and then as you walk, it would deform it a bit down to like here, right? And then we could have it on a time schedule of like, okay, well, over a certain period of like time, just raise it back to the same level. But for you, the character, and like for the gameplay's sake, it doesn't really change things. It's more of a graphical concern, as well as a small like minor error thing. If I'm doing it to where it's like a dynamic snow system, this is very different because this, from a top-down view, is basically just one giant system, one giant coordinate system, and then I just do it based on a path. Like I just record the path that the player goes, right? So you have like a single path that each player goes. And since there's only 64 players, that you're only gonna get like 64 total possible pathways to go through. The other way to do it is you have dynamic snow piling. So it's like over time, if you work only on this area so that it goes down, this area, if you never work on it, might get really, really high, which would be... That's very fair, like. That's very, very fair, like. Which might be very, very funny, right? But then you run into this problem of how do you deal with caves? Because what if somebody rolls into it and it's higher than them? How is this going to work? Well, it's not going to fall. So you now need to care about, the physics of the snow, as well as from a top-down point of view. If you think about how you would logically split this up, each and every section would have a different value for the snow level. How granular do you want to go? Well, it's going to be more than one. It's going to be a lot more sections than there was before. You're effectively looking at a large grid, and it needs to be subdivided enough to where it looks realistic. And I'm saying within like a pre-generated grid, just because the map is going to be a constant size anyways, so you can get like some level of, I guess, simplicity and optimization from just pre-generating like a grid to work with. It becomes much easier to like do this with, and then you do a common, and then but either way, you'd still have to do this. So you have to do this no matter what, right? But now you must also do this grid to determine how much snow is over here. So this might have like 40 snow. This might have like 20 snow because it's being worked on, and then this might have like 10 snow. It gets way more complicated, right? So you have two different concerns. If I keep it simple and I don't care about realistic snow, we can just do the bare minimum to get done, which is important, I think, for the points of the game jam. I think. Yeah. No, it's you misremembering things. You didn't sleep today. You gotta fix your schedule. You should sleep, Chad. You're absolutely okay to leave. You know, Chad? Chad? I'm doing this for you. Fuck off. Just no, but seriously, though, you should sleep. I only slept like 6 hours, like 5, 6 hours. I'm feeling it, as you can probably tell. That's why I tune. That's why I tune the mic the way that I do. I feel very, very. Mm, I'm in a malaise, basically. Good sleep leads to good outcomes. Good sleep is actually one of the biggest predictors of health, as well as success and performance in many different factors. Not only sex, but also things like, I don't know, memory, your job. You have a job? Probably not. I don't think most of you have jobs. You have, I don't know, maybe like sex. So yeah, go sleep. You should chat. But you see the problem with snow, right? Snow gets a bit complicated when you start to think about how far it can go. So we are not gonna do. This will not affect the terrain in any meaningful way, in a long-term way. Rather, just have the snow particles fade out over time once they reach the floor, because otherwise you get diagram done 5 minutes ago. Mods, clip this. We need to. Well, this is why we do it in video form. It's very easy to clip things, but also I hate it. So this makes sense. So snow falls from the sky, lands on the floor, deforms as you walk over it, as well as when you roll over it, and then this interacts with the random shit around the like map. We need more items to like have, right? So we have like sticks of varying random shapes and sizes. I want to capture this feeling. I want to capture this feeling. I want to capture the feeling of somebody finding this. Imagine you're rolling your snowball and you see the equivalent of Excalibur like pointing out of your snowball. Imagine the excitement that you get. Basically, it's like gacha, but for real life, right? I think that's perfect. And then we'll also throw in some like old world stuff, right? This idea of like, because I wanted to hint towards this idea of this is a post-apocalyptic nuclear winter world because that's stupid. Because everything must have a post-apocalyptic angle to it, right? That sort of that meme about like your average conspiracy slash like quote unquote deep game always has this idea of a post-apocalyptic story to it that has a hidden meaning that humanity is no longer there, and on the surface it's like a cutesy cuddly game. I want to sort of continue that meme by being yet another entry in that genre. So things like cell phones and like stuff, cell phones, letters to old family, letter to family, etc. Like just like really weird stuff, right? Mugs, like we can really get crazy here. But again, this is while this is key, the number of items is a nice to have. So the items themselves are a like the variety and types of items are a nice to have. Right? This is really cool to have. However, this also necessitates a new system. So, as you may notice, my estimate of 70% done is probably wrong because we have more things to do. So I need to write this down just in case. Roll snowball, get big, need track size snowball mass. I'll write that down for later. I'll explain that. You have a large variety of items. The variety of items are nice to have, but this also necessitates something. A snowball attachment system. Okay, snowball attachment system. Some way for you to just stick things inside of your snowball. I want this to be arbitrary, so you can just attach things anywhere. arbitrary can attach things anywhere. Because if you define predefined spots, it limits what people can do. Whereas if you can put Jokelin, like if you can put Jokelin Monroe, like that four-handed monster that we saw in the Sons of the Forest, right? I think that's a funnier thing overall. And the point of a game is to be fun, right? At least in my mind, the point of a game is meant to be fun. And so for this to be fun, because it's such a boring concept, we're gonna have to do a lot on the framework around what is building a snowman. So what do we hear about this? So arbitrary, you can attach things anywhere, which means that we need to build some attachment system to it. Which is gonna be interesting because snowballs are gonna be weird, like round surfaces. But also we can possibly. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I played. I think that was because I was doing I was editing one of the YouTube videos. I think I linked something wrong. I don't know. I actually don't know why the hotkey doesn't play over here. What was it again? Oh, possibly reuse this for building the snow structures too. Because if you think about it, there's no difference between an attachment as an item and an attachment as a snowball. Realistically, it's just a matter of the type of node, right? Which is another problem of how we're going to do this. I don't know how we're going to do this in a way that doesn't blow up our machines. But I don't know. There's a couple of ways that we could do this, and the simplest way is just like a linked list, which is never really the solution, but I'm too lazy to think of something else. So it's like, because this is your snowball, right? Let's say this is your snowball. Okay, too crusty. Okay, way too crusty. How do you draw a snowball? I can freehand this, watch. Well, how much time do we have? Shit. Remind me, 3 p.m. is the midway point. 3 p.m. is the midway point. We're already 20 minutes in. Half an hour in. Okay, well, fuck it. So you have your snowball, number one, okay? This thing can have any attachment to it. So basically a snowball can attach to anything. This thing can attach to anything except items. Anything? Why am I doing it here? I'm not going to write it here. So this thing can attach to anything except items. The items themselves, like Jokelin Monroe, can only really attach to certain things, right? By the way, the size of your ring finger determines the size of your penis or something. There was some study done on this, I think. So if you have a large ring finger, man, you are packing. Whereas the items themselves can only attach to snowballs, right? So these are not equal things. So we need to be aware of the various attachments, where they are, and then where they are relative to a snowball. What is a sphere? What is a sphere in a coordinate system? Well, how do we do coordinates in real life? Well, guess what? It's in latitude and longitude. You see the problem now? Now we get into some weird shit here, okay? When you have a sphere, I don't know how the hell do you encode coordinates with a 3D game map that's just like a zone like this. You got X, you got the Y, and it depends on what your definition of these are. And then you have the Z, or maybe Y is up here, right? And it's cool and all, but like, what does it mean for a sphere? Does a sphere fall into the same thing? I guess so, except I only care about the outside surface. Is there a way to encode the coordinates of a snowball only on the outside surface with a guaranteed center spot? Because it's a bit like a globe. If you unwrap the globe, well, you get these like weird scenes of like at the top and the bottom, right? So like if you actually unwrap a globe, the map would actually look like this at the top and the bottom, and then the middle would kind of look like this, right? And that's cool and all, except how do you build a coordinates system for this that makes sense? Because some coordinates will fall into a valid range if your range is like this. Like if your range of coordinates is like this entire structure, right? Up to the highest peaks. Some coordinates will fall into like valid places, some coordinates won't. It's why we have the Mercado projection. But I'm not going to program a Mercado projection to stick like Jokelin Monroe onto my big fat snowballs, right? My massive nuts, snowballs, Jokelin Monroe needs to just stick on it in a very normal way. So I don't know what to do here. We're gonna have to figure out what to do here. Okay, so there's a problem of how do we define what an attachment spot is? What is the relative marker to that attachment spot? Do I just do it based on the center of the snowball, which is very easy, right? Because the easiest way is you do the center of the snowball, the distance that it must go to get to the edge of this, like, because items like Jelclyn Monroe is gonna have an entire arm, right? She's also packing in her own way, right? And the arm like will be kind of here with like a weird base, but it'll be attached kind of within the snowball. I'm gonna not allow this amount to be variable too much because I think it'd be difficult to do so. Actually, maybe we should. We can make this amount variable of how deep it goes into the snow because we're already doing it anyways. So exposing it to the player is not that much of a jump because either way we have to do this anyways for perfect blending. Otherwise, what you get is like what you would get is the arm would be outside, and if you look closely, you'd see a gap, and that hurts my design sensibilities. As you can probably tell, I have really good design skills. so, so you need to encode the distance to the edge if you go from the center point. And then you need to define the direction, like the rotation, the direction as a rotation from origin. So from 0, 0, 0 to some angle. Like you have to actually no, not a rotation, just an angle. So we can use a Euler angle for 360, and then figure out from there. And then you need the angle of X, Y, Z. You know, your roll, pitch, yaw, and then you would just point towards and then you would just point it towards there. I think that's fine. I think that's good. So you need these three factors to really make this work. Otherwise, this won't work. Also, actually, this is why today's stream. This is why I'm thinking we do more programming streams because I think it is a good concept. I just hate programming certain things on stream because there's so much logistics to like go into it. But this is like s&box. I said this before. s&box is very easy to start with. It's very, very low friction. There is basically zero logistics that you have to care about. You start the thing, you get a code editor, and you're in. That's it. Like, that's all you really need. It doesn't have the ceremony of, like, say your average JavaScript thing. I mean, to be fair, if I was using, like the asset, like, the platform's assets, then maybe it'd be more ceremony of having to bring them in and stuff. It's an unfair comparison to go from JavaScript and NPM and having to deal with that ecosystem. Whereas right now, I haven't dealt with the ecosystem. We're just doing MVP stuff. So it's unfair. Sorry. I'm wrong. But yeah, this is a good system. Okay, so we can actually kind of do this easily. So we have the attachment system, roll, snowball, and then we also have this system. We don't actually have a snowball yet, so we need to do this as well. We need to actually like have a snowball for us to roll. So now, whatever we didn't do, this was a very lofty goal for like for 4 hours while tipsy. This was a very lofty goal for 4 hours while tipsy. Listen, chat, that Moscato was really bad, and I poured too much of it, and I had to drink it at 11.5% alcohol. It wasn't that good. So what we're gonna do is this: we're going to accept that our estimates were wrong, though I believe that is a very common programmer thing. I don't know a single programmer who does not lowball their estimates and overestimate their capabilities, right? I think it's I don't know any person in any role that like does that. The only time I found any really good accuracy actually is when I used to work in a restaurant. It was very easy for us to know like internally like how long things take because you've like done it multiple times and you have like a good metric. However, even then, sometimes it wouldn't really make sense. Like you see on Hell's Kitchen, where sometimes they'll say 5 minutes, chef, and then it comes out raw, and Gordon's like, it's fucking raw. You know what I mean? Like it's stuff like that. Yeah, I'm wrong. Okay, everybody, no one can estimate. Listen, estimates, they're estimates. They're meant to be broken. All right. So ability to stack up the snow to build structures. This is actually more well defined now. Redefine this based on the stuff we discussed above. Because this is kind of the wrong definition now. Now that we have more detail about this, these are going to August. I'm streaming tomorrow. I think it depends on my wife. I don't know when she wants me to stream. She's also like feeling like out social, so she's like, "Honey, I need space," which I not like that. It's just because she's been very busy, like because like she's been very busy being like a host to her niece, to like our niece and our nephew. So it's like, and like they're weird children, so it's kind of hard to like do things. They're not bad. It's just they grew up with way too little, with too much access to VR, so they're really weird. Again, this is the niece that like said, when I looked at a deer, she was like, and again, she's like 7 years old. She was like, maybe it's a skinwalker. I was like, what the fuck? Wait, where'd you hear that? So she needs time, but she doesn't know how long yet. So let's say Tuesday, Wednesday, it's okay, and then Thursday, I'm gonna go pick her up, and then we're basically she's gonna ask me to like spend time with her, which I do want to. And I want to spend time with her, so we're probably gonna KO for like 5 days. I know my wife well enough to know that she's gonna come over Wednesday night, and then from Thursday to Monday she'll just be like KO'd, and then and then from Tuesday onwards she'll start to be normal again. Until we have to go through like another like long social session with like other people. We're very introverted. Yeah, so let's say until Monday she'll be like done. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, it's good. So August 6th, we'll do the rest of this. Ah, shit. I know my wife. We do this over here, and we go this. There we go. Cool. Okay, that's very weird. Okay, game world / terrain. To do, redefine this based on above. Snow, attachment system for items plus snow structures, different stuff, etc. Euler angles, etc. Stuff like that. Okay. Snow falling particles, deformation of snow as walk, reformation over time, no dynamic snow piling, etc. Keep it simple. And then noise on map, maybe consistent seeded noise on map. Seeded noise, that's good. We'll just do whatever noise. I'm assuming there's like a very simple noise algorithm that makes it feel good, and then we just like tweak it based on the noise, how much we want to loop between things. That's fine. So all of these also need to come down here. We're doing this all today. I say again, in the hopes that maybe I haven't overestimated my ability. Really, you just carry the list onwards. It's imagine you're back with coffee. Oh well, we're gonna get some good ideas. And I don't. Sorry, that sounded very sarcastic. I actually do like your ideas for the game. That's why you're credited. Wait, what did that other chatter say? That other chatter. Other chatter. You are now credited for Jelklin Monroe. No. Jelklin Monroe is my thing. You don't get Jelklin Monroe. Who wants credit on like one thing? If you type in chat right now on Twitch, you can get credit for something that you didn't even take part in. It's just it's chat's game now. Don't worry, you're used to it. Where do you work? It sounds like your boss like beats you every day, spits on you, and says, "Get on the floor, you dirty swine. You haven't made me $1 million yet, therefore you're useless." What was I gonna do? Didn't they suggest pissing and pooping? No, yeah. So they suggested, but what did you suggest? What did you suggest? Hmm? What have you done for this game, huh, Chad? Maybe it's a good thing I'm not rich and powerful. What was I gonna do again? There was something very important that I was gonna do. I was gonna draw something. Quick! Oh fuck! What was I gonna draw? Raw snowball. Oh, the kanban. So you know how I carry over unfinished work? Everyone's kanban board looks like this. Okay, like no joke. Like if you watch like a professional development team. Okay, day one, A Kanban board is like this. So for context, Kanban board is like this. You got like multiple columns. You have like to do, in progress. So in progress. And then you've got done, right? And then as you do things, you move the tickets of like what you have to do down the list into each step as you do them. The idea is that it's a nice visual look into what you're doing. The biggest flaw with Kanban boards is that they don't size the tickets depending on the complexity of the task. Because the task may be as simple as, at least described as, update database, right? It may be as simple as update database, okay? But the way that we do this is very complicated as well as the downstream effects. So, but usually what people do is they make more tickets to track this and then link it back to the ticket. I think that's wrong. What you need to do is a giant fucking ticket that says this is a very complex task as decided by t-shirt sizes or with like points or whatever, and then there's subtask on it that you can like tick off. I think this is the superior system, but I've never seen a UI for it. I'm too lazy to build it, so I live by other people's rules. Anyways, people's Kanban boards are going to look like this. Okay, day one, you think you can get all of this done in this sprint, so you're like, okay, let's do. You suggested kind of equal. Okay. So you suggested like a torture method for programmers. You suggested like you were the one who like suggested this. And then you have to like define what is a 80% level of sameness. You're a monster. You're not a developer, you're a monster. When am I going to use it in the game? I won't. I have to say people. Your boss is life. Harshest boss there is. So true, King of Queens. So true. But everyone's Kanban board looks like this, okay? To do prog. This is going on too long. We need to move on now, but it's too late now. I'm already in this rabbit hole. The Kanban board, they have a bunch of tickets, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we can totally get this done by the within this like one day, right, guys? Yeah, it's totally doable, right?" By the end of the day, it looks like this. By the end of the day, there's like one done, and then there's one in progress. And they're like, all right, fuck it. Day two. We got to go to day two. Every Kanban board looks like this. And then on day two, they didn't finish this one. They just started something else. And then this one goes back to do because because somebody got bored of it. And then there's a bug found. So this one has to come back as well. And then it's like day three. All right, let's go day three. Got to go to day three now. Oh man, I hate development so much. Somebody help me. Yeah, so this is the reality of being a developer. Anyways, that's why we do that as well. We carry things over. Also tank wheel legs. Oh yeah, we also don't use that. We kind of do, but well, I made it and then you mentioned it. It was a cool story though. You know what I will say, despite you contributing zero features, you did contribute a level of fun. All of you did, actually. All of you did. Yes, that's why today's opening song was "Take Care of You." I'll take care of you. That's parasocial. Sorry. Anyways, so now we got to do the rest of this. So we got to do all of this. We have this. Is this all defined? Yep. We need to do. I don't think we can get to the snow system, but I need to define the rolling the snowball thing. We do need to have a snowball that can grow. So snowball game object. I'm gonna say game object. I'm not gonna say entity, but the snowball game object. Definitely fun. And then we do that will grow as the player rolls it. However, this is kind of tied to the idea of the snowball throwing mechanic. Oh, I already wrote it down. Maybe I already did roll it down. Write it down. The reason why this is tied to the throwing mechanic is because of this. Okay? How do you start a snowball in real life? How do you start rolling a snowball in the real life, right? Get down on your hands and knees, look up at the sky, open your mouth. No, that's not how it works, okay? You do that at home, all right? You do that in the privacy of your bedroom. In public, you use your hands, wear gloves, pick up the snow, form like a shitty ball, you toss it on the floor, then you start to roll it, right? You roll it like the pray emoji. I'm not even kidding you. It's just like the pray emoji. It's exactly like the pray emoji. No, pray, open hands. Um. So this is you, okay? You've made your snowball. So you've made your snowball. So you've made your snowball. So you've made your snowball. Son of a bitch. So you've made so you've made your snowball. Son of a bitch. Why won't you fill it up? Fill me up, please. Fill me up, please. Fill it up. Fill it up, please. Why won't you fill it up? So you've made your little snowball in your hand, okay? Then you need to throw your snowball on the floor like so. Okay? You take your little, like, this is the progenitor snowball. This is your seed ball. Throw it on the floor onto the, onto the grassy snow. Sorry, that was a stupid joke. I'm sorry. And it lands onto the fluffy snow, right? Beautiful. Wow, beautiful snow, okay? Then, when it lands on the floor, you then take your hands down here and you push it. Like so. Then you start to push the snow towards like it's like a different angle. Now this, chat, I think this may be my best piece of art yet. This is a story told in like 3 steps here. Oh, magnifique. Très bien. You know, in Quebec, they don't say sacre bleu. I forget what they say. There's Canadian French is very specific. What art style would the game be? That's a nice to have. That's honestly a nice to have. I don't know. Not that it's a nice to have, but I'm caring more about for MVP functional, right? Because Game Jam, while they judge you on the look, they don't really care about like the look too much, especially if it's like a tighter deadline. So I'm just gonna figure out if I can just figure out the MVP at least. However, once we're done the MVP, which should be in like 2 or 3 days, then we can think about what style do we want. You recommend using emojis? Yeah. Let me know, and I'll probably tell you no because I won't bother. But I do appreciate the input. I don't know what I want right now, so I'll just shelve it. And if I don't want it, then I'm sorry. It's just the way of the jungle. Face hand. I'll open this live on stream. Like this one? Okay, I'll keep this in mind. And if I don't use it, don't be mad. You know that's what I do. Because again, I don't know until I know, right? Can we have Among Us gay sex in the game? Okay, fine. I'll make an emote system. I'll make an emote system that allows you to do the emotes. Okay, so we'll do like the emote system that allows you to do the emotes. We'll add that as part of the posing system. Okay. Other than that, though, I probably not. I don't want to get too weird with this because again, this is also Among Us. Wide Among Us gay sex is a very Twitch-ism thing. You come from TikTok wanting to play like a weird Christmas game about building snow with your friends. You don't know what that is. You're just gonna see 2 people having Wide Among Us gay sex. Too weird. Too late for that, buddy. No, it's not too late. The stream is too weird. But remember, this game is divorced from the stream, right? Jocelyn Monroe. It's a bit like a Ren and Stimpy bit. You need to have the knowledge of what joking is to know what the joke is. Otherwise, you just think, oh, that's a funny name, and then you go to your friends at the office and you go, hey, what's a Jocelyn? Is it a real name? And then people tell you like, oh, dude, you don't want to know about joking, right? So I'm trying to hit like a certain audience with this game that's different from the norm on Twitch. Snowjob. No, that's a working name, right? Every good project has a working name. You might have the Phoenix Project, the Unicorn Project, the Snowjob, right? And actually, if you think about it, we are a snowjobber. You think emoji is a good solution? That way you don't have to draw or use assets. I'm not saying that it's not a good solution if you want to like go from that angle of Like, if you want to go from the angle and the perspective of, is it a good solution because it negates work? Then sure, but then I might as well just go full AI and just make a bunch of shit and just drop it in. Or I might just buy like an asset pack and just use all of that, right? That ease of work, basically, when I think about design in terms of like game design, but also in general when I think about things that I make, right? So like I think about the why I'm doing it. And it's a very good point here that you brought up, because it's a very hard balance that you brought up in terms of like how do you balance these two concerns, right? The why am I doing something, right? It's never for me a matter of easiness. Like, I don't care if it's easy. Excuse me, now you fill it in. Oh, now you want to fill it in, huh? Oh, now you want to fill it in, huh? You little shit. It's never a matter for me of like ease of use, right? Or like easiness. It's. I don't care about the difficulty of getting it in. This is almost a non-factor for me from my own design standpoint. So this is my design philosophy. This is. Have you guys ever seen Hannibal? Have you guys ever seen Hannibal? This is my design. Oh fuck yeah. What's his name again? What's your name? Will. Willy boy. Willy boy. Willy boy. This is my design philosophy. I care not about ease of use, not about, trying to get things in on time. That almost doesn't really matter, right? So I include all those under the easy bracket. I care about the quality of the thing by whatever metric I decided on. That isn't a matter of losing quality in some other way. There's some practical things that we have to do in terms of like, we probably can't get an MVP going of the snow system, and that's really important. But in terms of like the style, I want the style to kind of shine through, and I want the assets to be good, and then we can sort of go from there, irrespective of the time, because it's like it's a game jam, and like it's kind of like the reality of like what game jams are is that you won't be able to get it fully done, and if you just use placeholder assets, they don't care, right? This is different from like you know, from a normal product where I can take more time on it, and where I would only release when it's done, versus a game jam where it's like you have to release before it's done. It's why I split it so hard into MVP, right? Because there's like multiple stages of MVP. Well, not easiness, more like time or skill issue. Well, even that doesn't really matter. Like in my mind, time or skill issue also doesn't really matter, right? Because this is, if it's like a personal project, you can just keep going at it. If it's a skill issue, you can get better at it. Like it doesn't, you can't not get skill at something. And if it's a time issue, it's fine because we know the levers here, right? If we needed the money and we had to do $20,000, sure, but you know how it is, and so like you know that this will never factor in, right? So the easiness is never really a care for me. If I wanted it to be easy, I would have just used AI for like for everything, right? And just spit in the face of it all, right? But I care about a level of quality that you can't get from taking the easy route. Like you kind of have to go through a lot of it to make something good. And again, this is why I've split the MVP into multiple parts here. And yes, I see your derailment message about coconuts. I'm not going to bother answering it yet. Because that is a derailment comment. We go here. It's why I'm so heavy on the idea of the MVP. Because there's a core of the game that you can't miss, that because it's a game jam format, you have to get to that point. However, the assets don't really matter because you can kind of just leave it there, and then you can kind of, how do I say this? The placeholders, as long as they represent the thing well enough, like like literally just a sphere, 3D sphere for like a snowball with no color on it, and your player character with like, just a PNG of like your hands, like a shitty, like really basic model, then you're pretty much good to go in terms of understandability. Like the ability for the player to understand what you're doing is then very simple, right? It's why the first MVP for the first stage is number one, functional. You need the game to work in the first place, at least the core elements of it, okay? Number two is the where I think the design of, like, let's say the art comes in. Not to say that it's less important than the functionality, but you can have all the art in the world, and if you don't have anything programmed, that thing is not going to work. So unfortunately, it has to be like this because a game is about the interactivity and the ability to play it versus the way it looks. And then three is the sort of general polish step of, like, okay, now we can actually make it look good. Now we can tweak things. We can make it look nice and high quality. We can even change maybe bits of the style and sort of manipulate it and, like, maneuver it not too far because you're probably locked in at this point. But in general, you have some room to, like, go here, right? So when you think about, and in general, I think it's best anyways to look at it from the perspective of you need to do quality versus thing, because quality kind of pays off in the long run versus doing it the easy way. It doesn't really make sense to just go for straight up ease of use. Especially when you think about, like, personal projects. Like, if you're doing a personal project, you might as well just do it in, like, a quality way, right? Not to say that you shouldn't have an MVP. I think every project needs to have an MVP, right? Every project should probably follow the MVP model and release early. However, just because you release early and release often doesn't mean that you should sacrifice and do some, like, poor choices, IMO. So, no, I don't. If you say that you like the style, then good. But if you say that you think we need to do it because it's easy, I think that's a wrong approach. And I will ignore that idea. And so it's good for you to understand why I ignore your idea. So thank you for your input, but your idea is shit. I don't know how to say it otherwise. Your idea is shit. You asked chat. Okay, well, then you should have just wrote chat on it. I don't know. That feels like a weird snarky answer to what I just said. That feels like a weird snarky answer. So I don't appreciate that. This is not the place for that, okay? You've heard you get poopies if you eat too many of them. You do. You do. You got to be careful about coconut water. Coconut anything. Coconuts, I think banana too. I'm pretty sure banana has the same effect. You eat too much of it and you're going to, like, go wild, basically. Your asshole will probably be, like, cleansed. Anyway, so that's what we're going with, okay? That's why the MVP is the way that it is. And that's why the throwing snow mechanic is important for the snowball. Because to actually start the snowball, player can form snowball in their hand and can choose to throw it or drop it for rolling. And when they drop it, then they roll it, right? Snowball game object that will grow as the player rolls it. And this is tied to like this. So it has to be the same on both sides. Maybe you can grow it a little before you throw it. I wonder how that work. As a nice to have. Yeah, as a nice to have. As a nice to have, larger snowballs can be thrown by players so long as they have the appropriate strength. You're asking a question that I already answered, which means I'm not going to bother replying. Because I've already answered it. So yeah, we're going to do like that. I think this is a good nice to have, because then it'd be funny. It'd be like trebuchets. Well, idea is it's like a trebuchet, but with human hands. Yeah, it's good. I think it's good. Okay, we go into this. Now we need to actually do this. Where were we? Actually, I don't remember where we were, actually. Huh. You never paid attention to how you shit after the bananas. Well, you should. Well, not that you have to, but you feel it's creamier. It's definitely a creamier flavor to your, like, poop. Or, like, texture. Because, again, it all has the same effect, right? As long as you have too much of it, it'll basically happen. So whether it's like a banana, coconut, what other foods has a lot of potassium? There's a few of them, actually. There's a few. Snowplow controller. Yeah, okay. So we're at this point. So we're at the point where we need to plow the target. So you need to calculate the push force and the direction vector and then apply it to the thing. Yeah, you know this feeling. Yeah, it's like easier to knead. That's exactly it. It's like easier to knead. Yeah. It is less substance to it. It's like, it's looser. That's a good way to say it, actually. Yeah. It's like bread fibers that have like broken apart. Calculate the push force in a direction vector and then apply it to the thing. This will be the first. That's been RPC call. What were we doing here? Right, I remember the plowing target. Right, we update the direction source to the thing that we're plowing. So now we need some way to know that we're gonna be plowing something. Right, which we have in the can plow. This thing might as well have how much strength it needs to plow something. Like we might as well. Where are you? This thing might as well have the mass in it, right? Doesn't it's pretty important. What's the types? C# types. I need a basic type. Integer 32. Well, unsigned. Let's just do unsigned. Does it need to be like a large type? I don't know if it needs to be a large type. I'm assuming there's no way to specify like a smaller type. Yeah, there's like no way. Huh. I wonder how you would specify the length of the type. And if it's normalized across every platform because of the runtime or something. I don't know. I don't know enough about C# for me to like know this. Mass. This is gonna encode the mass. You're like needing your shit, okay? uint get mass. Let's just get the mass. Wait, what am I doing? That's the point of a getter setter. That's the point of a getter setter. We just do public. Make this public. We do that. We get the mass. Okay, so now you can query the mask. I want this to be... Oh, but it can't be initially set. So you can update the mass if you're not careful with it. I don't know if I want that. I don't know how to do like a getter setter where the setter is private or protected. Can you specify a modifier? No. But also, I don't want it to be initialized because it's a property that can show up in the editor. Because I don't know if you can have constructors on components. I don't think you can. This would be weird. Yeah, you probably can't. Yeah, you probably can't. Yeah, you probably can't. Probably can't. Yeah, because this has a bunch of like glue to hook it into the rest of the systems involving stuff like, oh, making it come awake, making it enabled, making it stuff like this and that. It wouldn't work. Okay, we'll do it like this. It's kind of stupid, but what? I don't know. Yeah, it makes it, separate. Whatever. I just don't want people to like modify. I don't want myself to accidentally modify the mass. So calculate the push force in the direction, then apply it to the thing. Okay, so now we have the thing. Now we need to wait for it to roll. I know how to do the physics. How do you like push things in this game based on physics? And how do you like control the physics of this thing? This is where it gets complicated. Yes, I remember now. This is where it gets complicated because now we need to figure out how the physics works. And I don't know how the physics works. You're like needing your shit. You know when you wipe your ass, you basically need your shit on a daily basis. Huh. Is that the only reference to physics? Huh. Huh. There's like no documentation on this. You know what? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. How does... I know a good scene to like find this. There's a great scene for us to look at how this works. It's the minimal scene. Whatever they do here to make these cubes, because these cubes fall. See that cube falling? Whatever they do to make the cube fall, that's important. They have a collider. That's a box. They have a rigid body. Which is the... Yeah, this is the actual physics thing here. Can I do... I wonder if there's a way to interact with the rigid body component. Because then we could do the forces like that. Or... How does it feel if you like do this where you move it around? Like, I wonder how it works. Which of these cubes falls? It's cube 2. So cube 2 is the one that falls. If I bring this up like this... Okay, I see. Okay, this totally makes sense then. So it can actually collide with things as long as you do the transform. So as long as you do the transform, everything else should kind of fall into place. As long as the transform works, everything else kind of falls into place. So if it falls under, it'll just keep falling. Whereas if I bring it back up, it'll then fall onto the platform. Okay. Also, that's kind of crazy actually. That it can just seems. I don't know. It feels smooth. Okay. Okay. Wait. So this is simple then. This makes it way simpler. So we know how the physics works. We just modify the transform, and then everything else will just handle it from that. That's a very simple model. There's no need to like apply a force to it and then have it. There's no need to like think of other engines. You have to think about. Which I hate this. You have to think about like applying a physical force to it versus working the transform of it. And it's like I don't know if this actually makes sense in the long term in terms of like one way pushing versus one way pushing. They're both the same thing effectively. It just feels different. Also, we are not good on time. I think we've spent like most of our time doing nothing. So, but this does make it easier. So we have the thing itself. We know what we need to push. However, we don't know what we're pushing. Plow target. Game object. Game object. What? Oh, the blackboard. What was the blackboard? Wait, coconut water too? Oh yeah, right. Because coconut water is from coconut. Wait, sorry, I'm like scrolling up. Blackboard program. You know, you've been looking for a Blackboard program. When? For a while. You didn't get how you didn't know about Snowjob before I showed it. It's a very niche tool. I don't think anybody actually uses it very often. It's surprisingly just it's never advertised. They don't advertise it at all. You just find it in some random circles, and because I found it through my manager, who's in a very specific circle. So he was just like, "Hey, we're going to use this," and I was like, "Nice, perfect." Because I was trying to find the same thing. There's also TL draw. What's this? Oh, this looks good too. Wait, actually, yeah. See, like stuff like this. I wish they advertise this more, because it's basically impossible to find these things. SDK for creating whiteboards and canvas experiences on the web. Welcome to the public model repo. And Figma's Fig Jam. I didn't even know that Figma had their own entry. Wait a minute. Fig Jam, that's cool. You know what? That's why it's. Oh god, Jesus. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Alright, buddy. Jesus. I wonder what these feel like. Not that I'm gonna change at all, but it's kind of late, like too late for me to like change, but feels good. Feels interesting. It's very fast, to say the least. It's very speedy. It feels very, very speedy. And maybe a bit more understandable than others. Let's see. If I do a cube like this, do I have to select it as like one whole thing? Same problem there. Is it fast to select? Kind of. It gets kind of sluggish when you have to do multiple things. Yeah, I mean, it's the same. I guess it's really down to preference of like which UI do you like and which one are you used to. Because at a glance, I can't tell, as well as Fig Jam. TL Draw uses SVG to draw, unlike Excalibur. Thus, TL Draw is a bit slower. Ooh. But I think I like it more as an SVG, though. Because you're correct in that it's slower. But it's like, does that matter? So wait, what account? What is this? Why is an M on my name? Oh, it's an M because my name is me. Yeah, because my name is me. Yeah, I remember. I don't know what this is. We'll delete this. Make room for Fig Jam. How do you then do Fig Jam? Oh god. Oh, here we go. Fig Jam. Try it for free. Am I bald? Yes. This is an alien, actually. But I think I like the SVG more. Because it's like you get infinite quality across the entire thing. Versus like the other way around where it's like, because that's the one flaw of Excalidraw is that if you zoom out or you do something a bit different or you resize it, it looks weird. Depends on what you do. You resize a lot of SVG paths, it like lags. Yeah, because that's to recalculate everything. I guess that's a good point. How often do you resize something, right? I don't really resize very often, but I care about visual quality in terms of having readability without having to zoom around. Like you see how I use Excalidraw? I have to like zoom in and out to like find things because it's like it's not very clear at certain places. It doesn't really render well, and I have to go like in and out and stuff. I feel like that could be resolved by the SVG, but I don't know. I'll play around with it off stream. I'll I'll play around with it off stream and I'll see how far I can get by recreating, like, say this piece over here. I'll see how it feels like. But for redrawing and it lagging, yeah, that makes sense. How does this work? What is this shit? This is also SVG. There's something. Maybe it's not SVG. Maybe it just has like a curve thing. Zooming doesn't necessarily need to recalculate paths. No, sorry. It's that point wasn't about the zooming, recalculating. That point was more about the clarity. I'm assuming at least that the clarity for SVG would be the same no matter like what resolution you're viewing it at. You know what I mean? Like it's like you see like a weird like drawn. I forget, like you see like a drawn raster at like a certain resolution, and it looks like weird and not smooth. If that makes sense. That was more to that point, not that it's the zoom performance, because the performance was specifically for the resizing, which is what I said. What is this? I mean, these all look like cool tools. I don't know if it's worth it to like change it though. And also, I really want one that like sticks within my like file into somewhere, so I can just reuse it somewhere. Is this Excalibur also vector? I don't know. I'm just assuming that it's not because this chatter. I'm assuming the other chatter knows more about it and that they have probably looked into it themselves and they know the if this because the way that they made their sentence made it sound like Excalibur is not SVG compared to whatever TL draw is, right? I'm just trusting them on this. I never verify here. We simply go with the flow. Are aliens really bald? Are aliens really bald? I don't think so. Well, to render it, it uses canvas. Oh, I guess it depends on how you do it under the hood, right? Sure, you can use canvas to render SVGs, but you can also use it to render raster. So I don't really. I guess that's more of a technical implementation, if like that's what you mean, or do you mean something else? It's hard to parse what that means. I need to get the plow target in here. Once I have the plow target, I need the actual plow target. So who are we actually plowing? I really wish I could just return this and have it. This would be nice to store somewhere. But on update, it disappears afterwards. Okay, well, fuck it. We'll just do it like this. We're just going to have it be viewable, but you can't modify it. You saw someone that it was a vector tool? Yeah, I have no clue. To me, at least for the canvas thing, because canvas is just kind of a generic technology to draw anything. I don't look at canvas as like a... You have to like draw things in like a... Like, it's like you could use it to draw SVG paths, like into the canvas, or you could use it to draw in like the raster method, and that's more of an implementation detail because the canvas itself is just it's just a section for your what do we call it, for your drawing logic effectively. What you mean is that TL uses HTML SVG. Oh, that's what you mean. That's kind of sick actually. So if I export as 12. That's a really cool system if that's true, because that does sound interesting. We'll find it eventually. We'll find it. Don't worry. I know it looks kind of weird. I know it looks crazy. It is. Wait, was it? Where was it? I just had it. Wait. It is. That's pretty cool, actually. Wait, no. That's just for my selector. Where are the? It is. It is. It is. You see that? That's actually cool. That's actually neat. So that's what you mean. That's actually a neat way of doing it. Yeah, because then you get effectively. you can kind of go from this into anything else because it's a single format. Very interesting choice to do it like this too. Actually, I'm very curious why they chose to do it like this. Not that it's bad. It's just a very fascinating choice to try to interface with the document structure directly. It's definitely a very experimental choice, at the very least. But it makes sense if you want to build something that has the same semantics as a normal HTML document that doesn't have like the black box of what's inside of a canvas. You get some niceties with it like this, where you can literally export it without having to do like a data conversion. Very interesting design choice. Okay, I see what you mean now. So whereas if I go to exceldraw.com and I have this, and I go, I don't know. We'll slowly go down, slowly. SVG layer, nope, there's nothing there. UI wrapper, nope, this is the canvas. Yeah, see that? It's like all in one like canvas. One giant canvas. That's cool. So that's what you mean. Okay, that's actually cool. I can see why I would want to use TL Draw then. But if it doesn't have a plugin, then I don't want to bother. That's the only reason that I like the plugin is because I don't have to have to keep opening my browser for it, which is nice. Oh, there is a plugin for it from 1 year ago. Let's see how that's extends drawing too smooth. You see a trembling of the graphics. What? Hey, why is there no way to find the link? Hulk Sam. Fix an issue. It's there. It's there. Kind of wish there was a separate application though. Guess you can make a separate Valve in Obsidian, so the students don't see all the furry porn in Obsidian. Yeah, you should just do like a separate vault. Yeah. I mean that's kind of the issue with mixing personal life and like work life, right? It's why if you can have two different computers or two different separate accounts, because as boring as it is to have a separate account where you can't do anything but work, it also means that there's zero leakage. You just have whatever files are on there for whatever work thing that you do. Way easier to manage because it's like the risk of you leaking something that's like game ending for you in terms of like your job is that you lose your job and you're blacklisted from the industry forever. Depending on that, on like how bad it gets, right? Like you probably could be excised from it forever, and if you don't have any other alternatives to go down, you're doomed, right? It's why when I go on work calls, there's a separate account. I even sometimes use my like laptop if I have to do like screen share stuff and I don't need stuff on my main computer, because it still just works as is. It's very simple to like work with, and like that's only if they don't provide me a machine. But I almost always 99% of the time force them to give me a machine unless it's a smaller shop, in which case I just kind of make do for like mom and pop shops, right? Because it's like it's a small hassle for the huge reward of never having to explain things and explain like, okay, what are you doing, right? Because it's like if you do that once to the wrong audience, then it's over, right? On Twitch, it's funny to post the "Wide Among Us gay sex" emote, but if you show that on a call with somebody who's like older, a lot older, and they're not really up to date with things, but they're willing to pay you money, and they run like a lot of the businesses around you, you're kind of doomed in terms of job opportunity. And that's for a fairly, I think, wide net career, which is programming. Imagine if you're doing something much more niche, right? One mistake ends your entire thing, and you have to go back and figure out something else to do. That's impossible. But hey, if you don't want to use Obsidian, you can use TL Draw in your new vaults, because apparently there's a plugin for it. We'll figure what this out. Well, I'll see if it's good. But I do like the idea of it being able to pull out, and because it's not in a canvas and it doesn't have this weird format, I wonder if it has better performance within Obsidian specifically. I just care about it being in Obsidian because I like to have it within this vault that I can refer back to as like a file, which is nice. And I also wonder how it works with linking as well, which I assume would be easier now that you have different elements that you can just store as its own page and then you just link towards that one section in it. It could be interesting. Either way, though, it's kind of a minor thing on my end. I will be right back, though. This is not one of the schedule breaks. I may or may not need to take a shit. I didn't take the morning shit. So we made one line of code, and I may need to take a shit. I'll be right back in just a moment. It's only 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes. Enjoy the background music. I'm sorry. The morning shit didn't happen. So it must happen now. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Also, to the emoji point, I actually remembered while I was on the toilet, I remembered another game that had a similar style. It wasn't fully emoji though. It was like a weird mix of like emoji and non-emoji. Uh, these guys. They make like a game every single month, and then you have like a bunch of different games that they do. It's actually surprisingly good what they have. But quite a few of their games have that similar style, kind of like this, but not really. I find there's like a very specific game that had that same style of kind of an emoji look. But they've made other games that I'm pretty sure you've seen elsewhere, like Stacklands. So the style definitely works. I really enjoy the style too. But again, we'll have to see what we're gonna go for in terms of like final style. What happened? There's also Miro, similar to Fig Jam. Oh. Miro. Is it this thing, right? The innovation workspace. Here we go. Innovate faster with Miro, the AI powered? What? Why do you need the how's AI gonna what? Oh, I can kind of see what it means by AI-ish. It's like that whole concept that we had before of like how do you form these like automatic connections between things, and then it sort of learns what you're trying to like do, and then automatically does it for you to build this like mapping of it. Similar to like the idea of like how do you make like an automatic knowledge base of sorts where you just enter notes and it automatically puts it in like certain places. I kind of get the point of it in the sense of like it's like trying to understand what you're doing based on what you draw, but huh. You know what this is? This also feels much more like a Kanban board thing, or like a graph creator thing, versus or like a chart thing versus a like a pure freeform whiteboard. It feels more like a predefined you slot in the pieces for it to like work with thing. Also, we're extending the programming by half an hour to like an hour because I was kind of slow today. I wonder if there's a way to make wheel zoom, or if it's a hard coded browser thing. Wait, what wheel zoom? Like your mouse wheel? The Mahjong roguelike. I swear you mentioned this last time, right? But yeah, but you were trying to find it. The link to it. But you mentioned this last time when we brought up Mahjong. Did you, by the way, Bilateral too? Wait, no. Okay, well, if you say it like that, I'm afraid to play it now because Mahjong has way more complex rules to it. So I'm afraid. Not you. Oh, okay, it wasn't you. One of you mentioned something in response to me saying that Mahjong Soul was on Steam and that they had to find a game like it. But also, please answer if you want to join the co-op, the community co-op, in about like 2 or 3 weeks to like a month. Answer the polls within the Party House channel because there's a couple of games that I'm gonna set up, and it depends on how many people actually have these games. It's 99. It's all of it is basically free to play except for Warcraft 3. But that game is like you can find it on sale for like $1. So hopefully it's fine, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, the mouse wheel. That's a good question. I mean, you could hook into the event, like if you want to do it in like JavaScript here, MDN. Here, you can like you can theoretically do it separately as like a within your application kind of thing, like this, because you just listen to the event and you do like this. But you see how it gets weird when it has to like interact with other things, and you have to like mouse that directly over the things, like capture it. Obviously, you can do this with your entire page, but it's not going to be the full browser. You could also use, if you're on Windows, PowerToys to remap your scroll wheel. And I don't know what the equivalent on Linux would be, but that you'd probably have to do like a separate thing over there. And you just hook it up to the zoom commands. I'm pretty sure these are exposed within the in-browser API. Somewhere. The Emoji Movie. Okay, yeah, you could. I mean, the Emoji Movie was probably the worst execution of the emoji concept. IMO, it wasn't that good. I saw it with my nieces and my nephews. It wasn't that good. Somebody didn't even think of it as a Blackboard for lesson when you show your screen. It was your backup to try to remotely teach your niece to write English in case Teams similar app didn't work. But it was hard to fire up, and at some point when Teams stopped working, she apparently deleted it. Yeah, exactly. That's what Miro kind of feels like. It's like you have to have these like predefined elements that you have to know how to use them within this context of building specific things. That's what this feels like. Because it none of these seem to show the ability for you to like freeform draw. It's like you have to have the shapes in mind. It's more of a it's really more of a this. It's kind of like Lucid Chart in that sense, like a UML tool where you're just there to make charts. Whereas yeah, exactly, Scala Draw and like TL Draw, like it's just a freeform canvas for you to do anything up to what you need, which is nice, very nice. Fake Jam also has free collaboration. Yes, they do. Yeah. Not that I mean, it's a very weird niche use case, but if you need it, then yeah, Fig Jam also has it. Although it's unclear from the Fig Jam page how much money it costs. So this is the thing that I hate about this. To me, is another dark pattern that I hate. The other dark pattern that you mentioned, chat, actually for the stream labs, that was like I didn't even think of that as a dark pattern. I just thought that was like a shitty scammy way of doing things. But that is like the extreme of dark pattern. The other one is like you can try it out, and they're very unclear about what you kind of are able to like do without having to go down into this long list and compare each and every single one, which both make sense. But at the same time, it's like, okay, how's this going to affect me as like a single person, as like a team person? Other pages do it better than others to explain what you're getting into. But for the most part, it's like not really clear what's going to really happen in the long term. If you stop paying for it, for instance, do you lose your stuff if you go over? Like it's really unclear on certain important details. Because if you just want to try it and then you stop paying for it because your work kind of dries up, well, what happens? Miro also has a desk. Oh, okay. It's just that they have a bunch of stuff, so it's confusing as to what it is and what it can do. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I imagine that them not showing it here and the fact that until you told me that it has this idea of like freeform drawing, that until you told me that, to me it just seems like a lucid chart tool with the added benefit of like you give the prompt and then it'll like give you like a template kind of deal, which I don't really know how good that is actually. I wouldn't really want to use it because I wouldn't really trust it, but I feel like I'd spend more time trying to fix the AI. Because so far, my drawings, despite being really bad, they're really cheap and easy to like work with. So, but yeah, we'll save this. Altenjo. Have you? Wait, this is in. Oh, it's in beta. It's in QA. It's not even in the beta. It's releasing later. Okay, chat. You know what you've done, right? What you've just done is you just made us go back onto the Balatro train, and we barely survived the first time. We may not make it out this time. We may be stuck forever. It equals thing. Find plow target. I want this to return a game object. Sorry, we have to reprogram this. I don't want it to just return nothing. Like I actually want it to return like the game object that it finds, so that we can actually make use of it. How do you do like an optional return value? I actually don't know. How do you do like an optional return value in C#? Optional return values. Like, how do you specify if it's gonna be something there or not there? In base, whatchamacallit, you're a tangent agent. That one is a real tangent comment, not the codons. Wait, what? What does that mean? Listen, you know how the stream goes. We always go on tangents and we always hang out, okay? It's just the way that it is. How do you return something or null? How do you do C# return something or null? Can you always return null, actually? Is that an implied return value? Huh! What? That seems awful. Yeah, you make me go on tangents to win your bets. Chat, all of you make me go on tangents. It doesn't matter who you are. Every single one of you makes me go on a tangent. It's the way it is. But also, I can't believe there's an implied ability to return null in every single case. What? That seems unreal. So, if I ever call a function in C#, how do I ever know if I'm guaranteed a result? Like, if I give it a full array, I don't know, let's just say you do something that always has a guaranteed result. How will I ever guarantee in my code that it always has a result? How do I It's that problem of like async coloring, but for nulls, right? Because if you don't handle null in like the top level zone, you have to handle it everywhere else on the bottom branches. Same thing. It's slightly different to async, where you can sort of put a stop to it, depending on like how high the branch you let go is. But if you can't do that, what do you do? Maybe the fact that you don't is the fun part. Oh yeah, I love fun. This feels. I must be missing something. I must be missing something. I must be missing something. Game object. Yeah, game object, game object. Well, how do we just do this? Game object equals game object, and then we plow target game object. And then the problem now is like, okay, do I have a game object? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, this is a bad flow. This is a stupid function, actually. To do too many places where implicit null could mess us up. Make this a better single flow, where data flow is guaranteed to be there once preceding conditions are there. I don't want to deal with this too much because I'm too lazy. We'll just do it like this for now. I don't know what I was thinking yesterday. I actually don't know what I was thinking yesterday with like this. I don't know why I did this. I think this was just scaffolding to help me understand what the problem was. What I'm trying to like do. So anyways, I have the target to plow. It's good. What? No, don't make it static. So I have the target to plow. Well, I guess I could make it static. It doesn't really matter. Ah, classic. Like a classic. Just like, yes, it's what a classic programming problem. We just leave it for later. It's fine. So we calculate the push force on the thing. So now I need to know. I don't store the push direction anywhere, I don't think. How would I do this? How would I store the push direction? Because if multiple people can push on it, what was the thing that we landed on? If multiple people can push on it in different angles, like, I don't know where. What was that tree for? That tree was for something very important too. I really should have made a single section for this. Instead, in my stupidity, I made it in every single other spot. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh heck. Oh jeez. Oh heck. Do you guys see a snowball being pushed by? Here we go. Where do I store this again? Where do I store this? Yeah, so I do this, mass transfer. There's multiple people pushing, and that's to modify the angle. The angle needs to be calculated, and I might as well store it somewhere and then only update it when it changes. That way we can just keep doing it. Can push, and then we do like current force. We just do like a force property. I think that's good. Yeah, we'll do like a force property. Oops. This is gonna be weird because it's gonna be a combination of a. What's a 2D angle called? What's a 2D angle? Is there even such a thing as a 2D angle? I think for now it's a 2D angle. But in the future, if you push it up a hill, doesn't that matter? Do you always write like that, or is it C# coding style? It's an automatic coding style. I'm assuming whatever the editor does is like the automatic coding style. But also it makes sense for getters and like setters, right? Because these define default getters and like setters. So there's no need to go to the ceremony of like making more lines for no reason. Even though theoretically you could just do like this, right? But then this is more of an editor level concern. I can see why they do this because it's a very short fragment that's very easy to understand to wrap into one automatically. But I do enjoy like, oh, you meant like, do I do this versus like the thing at the end over here? Yeah, that's also a part of the style of the thing as well. I can't change that. I usually put it on at the end because it's like I find it weird to have it here because it's like an extra waste of space. A vector angle. That's what I think, right? Like, but I just don't know what to. Yeah, we won't bother with that. I think we'll just go with the idea of it being like a 3D angle, and we'll figure it out from there. Because otherwise, yeah, you're correct in that like what you call it is a vector angle, and then even you saying that makes me realize how would you handle it like differently? Does it really matter? We'll just do an angle. A Euler angle is fine. I don't really care about. It doesn't have to be a quaternion. I don't think. Maybe modeling it as a quaternion is probably better, but I don't know quaternions. I haven't looked into it. We'll figure it out later. Fuck it. And then we also need the force. So I need to know how hard it's being pushed. So the force, yeah, the force being pushed on it, like how strong it is. Push force is a better name. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the kernel C style where it's like this. Because then you get immediately to the main parts of the code. Because the semicolons, like, sorry, the braces are useless until they're useful. You know what I mean? Like the braces are useless until they're useful. I don't like the Python whitespace only because then you can't like it feels harder for me to like track as a guaranteed what affects what in what scope, especially when like accidents happen and say you lose like this. If you didn't have braces, by the fact of the statements, you know what it is. But what if it's like an anonymous function within a function? Well, I wouldn't really know where it starts and where it ends, right? Like it feels weird. But I let my editor handle it because I'm too lazy. My editor can figure it out. Why are you mad? Namespace does not correspond to file. It doesn't. I don't give a shit about namespaces. Fuck it. Stop telling me about namespaces. It doesn't matter. Look, assembly. Look. Oh wait, s&box. Oh, okay. Maybe we do have a namespace. I'm just assuming that the s&box namespace belongs to the engine itself. So I didn't bother. These I kind of want to modify. So public and then public. I don't really want to have a way to calculate it yet. But I need some way to find the midpoint of multiple angles. It's weird in that I have to concatenate them all, but this makes it so that when you do this calculation of like where you're pushing it and by how much strength, you don't need to then calculate it every single frame. You do it once when somebody attaches to like someone else, and they're a part of a train, and then you just use that value to push the ball. That should be relatively simpler because then there's like less information flowing. It's just at that moment of the event of you attaching. That's like when you do it. I need more coffee. I only slept like 5 hours. Okay. Well, find a plow target. Can plow. I guess you can I guess you can plow players too. Because the problem is that, you know, I want to have the feature of people being here. Stream sleeping. What does that mean? I don't know. Did you also have 5 hours of sleep? Wait, who are we plowing? Look to your left. Now look to your right. Now look behind you. Now look in front of you. Think of your mother. Think of your father. Think of your family. Think of your sister. Think of your brother. We're plowing everyone. Your fellow chat members. Me. Yourself. You plow yourself. You're like that. You're like the Ouroboros of like plowing, right? The infinite plow. Can plow. Parent. Now, you think the way that I do it normally is the sane people / new style. The way the auto form is a Linux kernel style, you would think. They have a whole paper talking about putting on the next line having 8 spaces per 8 spaces per block. I'm surprised that they do that for the Linux kernel style because when that thing was being made, right, monitors had this much space. Like your editor would have maybe like this much space for your editor. No joke, you would have like this much space. That's why this like imaginary line, like people usually put this at like 80. So you have like a limit of like 80 characters to 120. Nowadays you can go a bit further, but I like the Zoom. You're like 10 hours of sleep. Oh, because the biking session. Right. Your body is so tired, but it was worth it. It was worth it. Now you can eat some delicious honey garlic chicken. You know, I really crave honey garlic chicken because you know, but it's like I have no honey, nor garlic, nor chicken, nor fried rice. Your fried rice looked really good. Chat. They make a mean again. Let me pull up the image from the this. Maybe don't pull up the biggie. Hide. I'm leaking. I'm leaking. I'm leaking. Copy. Link. Sure. Copy link. I'm leaking everything. You know my name. You know where I live. You know my dick size. Look at that shit. Perfectly seasoned. The right amount of color on it, which means that it's perfectly seasoned. The only thing that was wrong about it, not enough egg. I'll say this right now. If I don't see flecks of like egg, like if I don't see like chunks of egg in your fried rice, I don't think you put enough egg. IMO, eggless fried rice. That's like saying, cheeseless pasta. That's like saying I'm gonna eat pasta with no parmesan. Like, I'm sorry. I didn't know we didn't like flavor in this house. And then the sauce on the side. Always. Soup. Sorry, that's soup. Yeah. So that they said if you have more than 2 to 3 inputs or something, then you're doing something wrong anyway. They're not wrong. Theoretically, they're not wrong, right? Because if your code is like this, and like this, and like this. Because how many options do you have to make an indent in most languages, right? Your options to make an indent boil down to functions, so anonymous or otherwise. Although usually within the context of something else, right? It's like it'll be anonymous usually if it's within something. Conditionals and weird go-to use cases, right? Most languages basically only have these. If you have nested functions within nested functions that do nested functions that add nested functions, you've gone down a really far rabbit hole that makes it very hard to understand what each of these are doing. And because it's usually most languages that define a function within a function as an anonymous function, aka it only really works within this function itself, it makes you kind of wonder, well, why do you even need the function? Like, what is the logic here that it needs that? And if it does need that, why is there so many of them? Why does it go down so far by 2 to 3 times, right? As well as conditionals. If it's all conditionals, right? You're doing if, you're going to get lost. Just logically, you need to know that for you to handle these like this branch, all of these must be true. But then what happens if you go like this? And the reason why you don't want this is because of cases like this. Else if, and then else if, and then it's like if, else if. Which branch are you on? Right? It's very difficult to see which branch you're on. So I can see, like, I do agree if there's very large amounts of nesting, it's very hard to parse what you're doing. However, a lot of problems are complex enough to where you basically do this, whether you do it like this or you do it like a function. So it doesn't really change what you encounter in terms of the complexity. However, I think it's important to understand that if you can simplify it down to where one bit handles one particular thing, and then you can just make sure that works, make sure the inputs are handled correctly, make sure that the outputs are handled correctly, then you're good to go. As pure of a function as you can get. Because then what you can just do is not really similar to this, but you can say, I want to find the plow target, get the plow target, manage that, right? And then once you have it, then you start to plow that thing, right? Then you plow it down, right? Also, maybe don't do the is plowing here, because then that's like too much stuff. It's very important not to do that. Eggs were mainly underneath the honey garlic chicken. You want to separate it a bit, but you see my point. No. As long as there's egg at all, then I don't care how how you do it. As long as there's egg there, then it's fine. And honestly, I see it. Never mind, I see it. And also, like, again, just I want to point out here. This is glazed. This shit, you probably used up all of the honey within like a 500-mile radius around you. Like there's a honey shortage with how delicious and sticky and glazed this chicken is. Goddamn. I'm actually a fan of honey garlic chicken. If you do the honey garlic on the side, by the way, I've learned a trick. Try this next time if you can. Okay, you just do all you do is you fry the chicken to get the like coating, the like bread coating. You then do sauce on the side, so you keep the crunchiness of the chicken that's coated in the thing, and you dip it for as much sauce as you want, and you can even double dip because I'm assuming it's your own bowl. If it's a public thing, then you gotta be careful. Because then it's like really nice, really really nice. You recently got converted into the tabs camp anyway. You can have two spaces per indent. Yeah, raid. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Megadane, thank you for the raid. How are you? How was your day? What were you up to? I'm actually doing the script now. And did you enjoy your day? And I hope that you're having a great day. And thank you for the raid. As well as a new part of my script, raiders, you're allowed to leave. You're allowed to be free of this mess. Okay, you're allowed to go and live your life. But welcome, raiders. Please go follow Grumpy Meganite. We played Lethal Company with them. Yes, was it yesterday? What? When did we play Lethal Company? Yeah, it was yesterday. So yeah, please go follow them because they were great fun. It was a lot of fun actually, really fun. I have the clips on the YouTube channel. Thank God, I'm finally free. What did you play? Look, I'm actually very curious what you played. Also, these are the clips for it. I don't know if you can find these clips, but it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. And to give you a sneak peek of what we did yesterday, I think it's important for you to see what happened yesterday live and just listen to the chaos. All of us were in here. Megane was a part of this. They're also guilty. It's the we that gets me, right? It's the we right before the truck like goes careening off into the far distance. Oh man, what a wild time. This was a great time. Yeah, the Wii was on the point. And then just the casual scene of a fire starting. Yes. Anyways, that was us yesterday. That was us yesterday. So yeah, please go follow them. It was great fun. You played a demo for the game Inquisitor. That sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. I like when games name themselves like that because the naming is like interesting. The great clip. Great clip. Thank you. I clipped that myself. I clipped that shit on everything. I clipped my shit on everything. Huh? Is this the game? Huh? Oh man, it got mixed, and I wonder why it's mixed. The great sucky. I'm cursed. Welcome. I'm actually very curious about this game now. I'll be sure to watch. I usually watch your VODs after because you always find some weird demos that I cannot find. Like I don't know how you found this. I have no clue how you found this. Great sucky. Did you miss it? No, it was the clip that I sent last time to the group. But welcome. You're happy that you're allowed to leave, unlike before when you had to stay. Yeah, I mean, before I said that, you all had to stay. You weren't allowed to leave to live your life. I'm not gonna bother selling myself on something. It's programming. If you don't like programming, you should just leave now. Like you should just go live your life and have fun. Live your life and have fun. It's like a low budget Witcher. I can kind of tell. Yeah. I'm Geralt from Rivia. Geralt, you're not looking too hot. You know that spoilers for The Witcher 3 until my face comes back, right? You know how at the end, how like, series power is theoretically known to be the ability to like jump timelines and like stuff, or like jump parallel or like different worlds and like universes and like stuff. This is the universe where Geralt wasn't like injected with the weird mutant stuff, okay? Like he didn't become a Witcher. He was just a dude with a sword. This is the bad, Witcher. The Kylo Ren of Rivia. So true, King or Queen. So true. What is your programming but need more programming stream? Well, you could leave and save us. Go fuck yourself. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say anymore. I had 5 hours of sleep. I'm gonna swear at you because that's my default. What is this? You must stay and heed the forbidden craft. If I ever make a programming game, I'm gonna call it the the forbidden craft. See, when you said that you're programming and then you need more programming stream, you started to give me an aneurysm. So now I'm stuttering more. Fuck me yourself, you coward. But for context, I know that chatter IRL. We actually live really close to each other. I could get there in 5 minutes and be done in like two. Kylo Ren of Rivia with the godly nostrils. Wait, the what? Okay, I'm gonna have to, I have to watch it now. The godly nostrils makes me think like, huh? No. You can't you can't earn me. Okay, there's nothing to earn. All right, they're within fucking range. Oh yes, oh yes. I can kind of see why this game maybe got mixed, right? If it in a world, okay, think about this. In a world where The Witcher 3 didn't exist, right? This game would have been like a 10 out of 10. 100%. Because the standard wouldn't have had The Witcher 3 as the comparison, right? Compared to like everything else. Like if Witcher 3 didn't exist, this could stand on so persuasive interrogations. This one puzzle had Siberia vibes. What does that mean? It pains me to give a negative review. No, it doesn't. All I see people dogging on the graphics and claim about crashes. What is the worst thing? You serious? Charging people 40 euros for 10 hours of gameplay? That's like 500 Canadian. Yeah, I'm glad that you had fun. I'll be sure to check it out. Again, I don't know how Meganate does this. They always find more and more weird demos. I don't know how they find them. Like, you know how I find weird games, but it's like a whole different subsection compared to like theirs. Those interrogations have Splinter Cell conviction vibes. I did notice that in Splinter Cell in Splinter Cell in general, right? When they went to the conviction mode, like the conviction style. Look at this rice. When they switched to Sam Fisher being much more intense about things, it felt like he was way more violent compared to before. Whereas before he was very cool, very collected, very much of pragmatic about things. But then in the conviction, he would just slam people's heads against like toilet bowls, like drown you in like a urinal just to make you like say one like word. Pretty intense. Oh, rice. Cray-gasm, rice. You know what's funny is that nobody can make a gasm emote anymore. I'm sad. There was a period of time apparently where they were allowed, but now you're no longer allowed. If I make more of that honey garlic, do you want some? Yes. I'll even pay you. I'll actually pay you. You should start, or you should do that thing. Chad, do you know about this? If you go on Facebook, we're getting final distraction. If you go on Facebook, people sell food off Facebook. You can buy a plate of food off of Facebook. There's no regulation, no safety, no such thing as health and safety standards. Whatever you eat is what you get. And if it kills you, that's on you. The one with springs reminded you a lot of Siberia. Is there a lot of springs in Siberia? You don't think I can reach 200 lines like this? Honestly, we've only written, no joke. Do you want to see how many lines we've deleted 2 lines actually, and we added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines, and of those 6 lines, 4 are declarations which don't do anything, and only 2 have any logic, but they're just return statements. We've done 6 lines and only 2 of them do anything, and they do the most basic thing. Oh, we're doomed. Anyways, let's kick. Do you guys who wants to help me calculate Euler angles? You've heard of the concept of deleting lines to create new features in a workshop. Maybe you can give it a shot. You know what? You're right. I don't need any of this trash. Let's just get rid of all this. All right, feature done. Feature done. What do I do? Guys, I can't move anymore, and I don't know why. This feature is like broken. What is this? Oh, it's about Siberia. Oh, is it like a feeling of a thing? Yeah, because when I think of like Siberia, you have a steampunk spring AI. What? In Siberia. What does that mean? I'm gonna look it up. afterwards. Anyways, what we're trying to do is make a game about rolling snowballs and getting stuck to each other. Right, that's what I had to do. Sorry. The parent. I need to know who you're stuck to, and I need to push your mass towards it. It's the point and click game series. Is that what it's called? Okay, that's why. That's why. Okay, that's why. Because when you do I thought the place Siberia, and I was like, okay, like what is going on in Siberia that you have like a steampunk AI thing? Siberia Games. Their springs basically. Riot. Oh no, they found the riot button. Hey, we really do need to build the riot out to make it like what? There are springs basically. How come I'm gonna play this. Why is there a mammoth? What? Why is there a mammoth? Some of the best games ever made. Did you just waste 500? No. It's it does mean well, kind of. It doesn't do anything yet. It's just me like me manually keeping track of it. Eventually it's supposed to go to my website where it'll be like, okay, why did people riot? How many times? It's a way for me to gauge engagement and whether or not you hate the segment. I'm not going to do anything about it. I just like to see it. It's like it's nice to see when people hate what I do, right? It's funny. It just doesn't do anything at the moment. It'll do something soon. We'll play that game eventually. Thank you for showing me Siberia. Because you're looking for a grandpa who's trying to find mammoths. Okay, we have to play the game. I have no clue what's going on, but with that description, as well as this is the best game ever, we need to like play this. Also, for anyone in the Discord, don't forget to vote for Mahjong and the Grand Blue. No. Just vote for what you want to do. If you don't want to do it, you can vote no. If we get more than 2 or 3 people, then we're gonna get people to play these things, okay? But if you want to join the party house stuff, you can join the party house and vote, and we'll see what to do. Scam! I should make a scam command too. Something to like really seal the deal. Maybe I'll make it so that every single bit that you ever send, because I don't want you to spend money on me, we'll just say that you've been like scammed, and then it'll like ban you. I can make it so it bans you if you donate to me. Perfect. It's good. Riot. Okay, sorry. I'm going back to programming. I'm sorry. What do I want to do? Okay, so we need to solve this problem. If people are pushing the snowball, you have no parent. Like, you are the snowball person. However, let's say that you're pushing into someone who's then pushing the snowball. What do? Well, you need to figure out what's like. Basically, this is saying where the force is being pushed to, right? Maybe not parent, maybe target. So who are you currently pushing, and how does this work? Basically, oh god, I remember the diagram now. We need to propagate the strength of the push all the way through to the head of the list, to the head. Well, you didn't hate what I do specifically. You were just curious, but now you don't like how I scammed you all. Damn it! Imagine getting scammed. Hey, but that's the fun part, right? You can't wait until you finally have enough human beings to redeem Oil Up. Do you want to see a preview? I can show you a preview. Wait, I can just do it myself here. I can show you a preview because I have infinite points on my channel. I love oil. Oh yeah, that's really good. That's solid. I wish I could get rid of the background for it and make it louder, but I do need to fix it. You know what's funny? I couldn't get the bot to do that copy paster of hi sticky. It's me, your only viewer, right? For months I've created. I don't know why, but the bot doesn't like long sentences. I'll have to figure out how to do it afterwards. But yeah, if you get 69 points, you too can oil up. And then what's his face can say the oil up line. I don't know why that was there. But if you type oil up, the bot will respond to you. With no quotes on it, just like oil up. I stick it's me here alone. No, it's happening. It's happening. My one viewer is logging into their alt accounts. Oh boy. How do I want to do this problem? It just keeps going. I'm gonna look away. We need a code. I'm gonna look away. For context, this is what I see. This is Hi Sticky, it's me, your only viewer. For months, Hi Sticky, it's me, your only Hi Sticky, it's me, your only viewer. Hi Sticky, it's me, your only viewer. Oh man. Oh where that's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. My one chat room that you logged onto that account. Like you logged onto that account to type aware, right? That's dedication to the bit. Your check is in the mail. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for the raid. Every time you raid me, you get $20. That's the trick, right? If you gave a monetary incentive for people to raid you, are you bribing them or are you appreciating them? I don't really know. But you know what I do know? It's time for music. So, because I didn't realize how far we had gone, it's time for the music switch over. Again, it's a mid-stream break, so we're going to listen to some music. So this is your chance to walk away as well. It's a song. It's a very good song that I really, really enjoy. It's another song for the middle of the stream, which I need to pull this down so I can actually pull the song up. And we're doing this because I kind of want to set like a vibe and a mood because we only have like 3 hours left till I program. And so I thought it'd be fun for us to have a bunch of songs to listen to that sets the pace for what's happening today. And it's not going to be the song that you're hearing right now within, the drum and bass, right? That's a whole different song. This song is actually a completely different song by an artist that you've seen before called, let me get his name, John Wayne. It's a very fascinating name, but I really, really enjoy his stuff. He's a hip hop artist who started as a producer, who only made hip hop songs like full rap songs because no one was rapping over their beats, and so he just kind of like did his own thing and tried to make it work himself. Turns out he's a really good rapper. He's really, really good at it. And this song in particular is called Green Light, and it features Anderson .Paak, another artist that you've heard many times on the stream, which I'm sure that you'll enjoy because his flow, everything about him is really, really good. He's also famous now for Silk Sonic and stuff too. So you rated me yesterday. You was forced by a force of stickiness. Your $20 is coming in the mail right now. The cops call that racketeering. Only if you don't have any, only if you have proof, right? Only if you have proof. So please enjoy the John Wayne song. What is Wayne interreciates? What does that mean? I'm going to think about that as we take a quick break listening to the song. Enjoy. You now have the green light to leave. That is a great showcase of his writing ability. And it's actually one of the worst showcases of his production ability in terms of like the beat itself. It's a very simple beat. But you've heard of him before on this channel, actually. I played another song of his called Afraid of Us. Just a small snippet here. And he is a wonderful artist in general. Again, it's funny, his story is like he made a bunch of beats and he's really good at it. But he was like, nobody's like actually using my beats, no one's rapping over it. It reminds me a lot of how Kendrick Lamar's producers for some of his more well-known songs, like they also had that same problem of they pitched it to like people and they didn't take it. And then Kendrick is like, okay, well this beat actually slaps. They just don't know what to do with it, like the other artist. So he went in. So he went ahead and then used it himself. This guy just kind of said the same thing of like, well, no one understands my genius, so I'll do it myself. And he's good at it. Really, 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 really good at it. It's fascinating too to see his collaboration with Anderson .Paak. One, because the song name doesn't mention it at all. Like no matter where you look at this, song. It doesn't seem to credit him except for like except for in that minor artist blurb of like who else was on this track, right? In a weird way, it's different from other features I've seen where they usually prominently display who was a part of the song. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it feels like a way to like say like, hey, I can do this on my own too. But this only just makes it even better. And Anderson .Paak, again, you've heard him on the channel before. What's funny about the song, if you listen to the message of the song, that sort of like ego that he has being so good at what he like does, you may recognize that ego is what I had coming into today, believing that I could write, 200 lines of code. I was supposed to play that when we hit 100 lines of code, chat. We've only done two lines of code. We're doomed. I think we're genuinely doomed. I don't think this thing will ever be done in like time. But what's new? What's new? We're going back to programming. I made everyone bored again, or at least chilled out, and we're gonna see how this works. because we need to finish this by today. If we don't finish this by today, this entire list of to-do stuff. Where's my to-do list? This entire list of shit that we need to do for Snowjob. If we don't finish the Snowjob, then we've got no job. Well, you know what I mean? We got to do all this. We're going to figure this out. Now, do it. Yes, I'm going to do it, chat. The reason why I have this target is to deal with that problem that I drew, which is sort of like, who does the force of the push apply to? You have to kind of walk up this chain of people that you're attached to in order to know who to apply the force to, right? In a weird way, I want to know that, you know, all the force is being applied to the final snowball, right? So I have to walk up this like chain of people to find that snowball. What's interesting is that I only have to do it kind of once, right? So what I can do is, if the final target is the snowball, well, what I can do is that I can just keep track of the snowball itself, and then that's the final target. Because it really is only the final target that has to care about it. That this function has to care about. The problem is if we only store information. So again, you may notice the structure feels a lot like a linked list. So if I go over here, we've kind of architected ourselves into like kind of a rabbit hole of shittiness. Because linked lists are never the right solution until they're the right solution. In which case, you've got the worst right solution, but there's I don't know a better way to do the right solution. I'm going to build a section for Snowjob. This is now the Snowjob section. In here, only Snowjob. Snowjob. Only Snowjob. You keep telling yourself you could just do C# by feel coming from Java, but then when you see actual C#, you're like, oh, that's exactly what I felt with you. You have to go? No worries. Again, please do follow both Narf and Megname, my co-hosts for yesterday's session of Lethal Company, along with Nagi. We had a lot of fun, so please do enjoy your day. Again, there's no pressure to stay, and thanks for showing up. Appreciate it. You're gonna go eat some midnight soup. What soup? Post your soup. Post the soup before you eat it. We have a food channel. You must post the soup. If you have access to the food channel in my server, you must post the soup there. Let's co-host again soon. We will very soon. I enjoy the co-op stuff. You're thinking tomato basil. Post the soup. Post the. You know, if every day I could eat egg drop soup. I know I'm getting distracted. Final distraction. Do you have access? I think you do. If not, you can go to the roles, and then I think there's like a food worm or something. I don't know how I made it. I forget how I made the channel. This shit. I miss egg drop soup. Well, it's not gone, but like, I'm lazy to make. I'm sorry. What is this? What is this like milk toast egg drop soup? Give me the good shit. Oh man, I want this so bad. This right here. This is the shit. If you could have egg drop soup, and then you put either real crab meat or surimi in it, like the fake crab meat. Oh, it's so good. I could have that every single day. So, how am I gonna do this? If you have multiple people pushing someone, you can egg drop in the corn soup. What's the flavor of your soup that you usually make it with? Because corn soup to me sounds weird. Do I know corn soup? I don't know corn soup. I feel like I don't know this. Isn't that like a sweet thing? What's a corn soup? From creamy corn. I feel like you're shitposting me right now. There's no way it's called creamy. It's called creamy corn soup. That's actually real. Creamy Hong Kong. Oh, it's right. Hong Kong. Oh yeah, because right, okay, yeah. Chinese corn soup with chicken. Okay, well, this is the first link I found. And it's okay. Well, this is the first link that I found by Maggie Zhu. Damn, wait, this actually looks amazing. Oh, and then you put the egg ribbons inside. Yo. Okay, I would eat this. I actually would eat this because when I think of like creamy corn soup, I think of like the sweeter version. Because there's like a sweet version that I'm familiar with. This is better. My stomach is growling now. Same. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I'm so sorry, chat. As well for the C# thing. I had that same problem when I came over from C and C++. It looks so similar to where it's like you kind of think it's gonna be okay transferring over, but then it's really different with all these like getters and like setters and stuff, and you don't really know what's like going on and the way it like does things, and even the built-ins and even the like types. It feels weird. Hey, never mind. You're eating corn soup instead. It's the better choice compared to tomato. Tomato is boring. This looks good. Creamy corn. Yes, very creamy. You recently learned about the fancy Python package that contains NumPy and SciPy, but translates everything to machine code, make it all nice and fast. Isn't that like a whole initiative? I swear that's like a whole initiative from like everything, no? Uh, I mean, well, it's like Python or something, no? Like there's a larger initiative with more than just the packages, right? To try to generate more performance stuff. This thing, Python. They're trying to use this for everything. But I've also heard of the project that's specifically for SciPy and NumPy, where they compile it down even like further. So you don't have the food channel. Oh wait, maybe I can fix that. I can probably fix that. Probably fix that. I'm gonna hide the Discord because last time we did the Discord thing live together, everyone got all kinds of weird here. All right, there we go. We got a lot of weird messages in there. Yeah, you've been wanting to look into Python for years. It's interesting because as far as I remember, it should be. Oh, sorry, it's not. Yeah, it's called Poop in Progress. So you're here. I can like tag you in it. The channel is called Poop in Progress. Sorry, the entire channel is themed around intestinal parasites because you're my parasocial parasocial parasites, right? Because you're my parasocial parasites, you're in like my intestine, so you get to be in my. It's like the poop in like progress, and also because it's funny because you're eating it. Meow, you're a poopy queen. That's a bold hello statement. That's a very bold hello statement. What's funny is that we're all poopy queens and kings. All of us shit daily. And if you don't poop, you have to go. You have to go to. You have to go to the doctor. Although I've heard some medication can make you not poop for like months, which is crazy. Like you'll have poop like building up for like a month, as your body absorbs most of the poop into like nutrients. You are a poopy queen. Do you think you could not shit for long enough that your intestine could form like a new mineral from your poop? Like you know how like, because you know how like rocks, right? You know how like diamonds are like made. Diamonds are made by like rocks being compressed down, and you compress it down into like a diamond. Do you think we could do the same with our poop? I'm gonna email Nile Red. I'm gonna email Nile Red and give him a new YouTube video idea. Hey Nile, you ever think about making poop diamonds? He's gonna be like, I've never thought about that. Yeah, I'll make a poop diamond, sure. You like Nile. You like Nile Red. I love him. There's something funny about his like videos where he like does like he like turns like gloves into like hot sauce and it's like I don't know why you're doing this. But hey, I'm like I'm like down for it. You never thought someone that you know would talk about them. You know what it is? I think most people don't ever share their like interest. Because in my mind, right, it's like he's like always there. He's always like he's so large that I expect him to be there anyways, and everyone knows about him. So what's the point of even like saying his like thing? You would probably die from poisoning before like, getting rocks. Yeah, you'd probably die from like you would probably die from like sepsis. You'd probably go into like septic shock before you ever make diamonds. Oh man. Nile Red, can you turn human poop into diamond? You're a weirdo like me. You're only finding this out now? Your poop is a spicy type. Yes and yes. NumPy is in C, but you think it translates the Python code itself. At least that's how you understood it. Okay, okay. Yeah, because I was curious about how it actually like did the translation of it. Yeah, that's interesting. So even the code that you write, which is like that specific project for NumPy, optimizing specifically for the use case of NumPy, that's interesting. Huh. Okay, you go make your poop for real now. So you show how my poop looks. Late. Perfect. Thank you. Show me. Just remember, if you ever are about to like churn something in the poop, please post your poop in progress in the poop in progress channel. What is this meme? I can't laugh at this. If I laugh at this, Listen, if I laugh at it too much, the admins are gonna be like, all right, buddy, there's something wrong with you, okay? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. There's also Mojo that tries to preserve the ability to have interpreted Python with 100% compatibility, but also has the ability to have compatible Mojo. Where did I find this? Oh no, I didn't find it. The chat member found it. Within the with Are you in the small intestine? If you're in the small intestine, then you know what's up. Oh man, the small intestine is a weird place, guys. Listen, when you're in the large intestine, it's very nice and chill. People talk about their World of Warcraft or their tattoos. The large intestine, which is like the free for all intestines, where it's where everyone goes. That's where it gets kind of wild. Yeah. Mojo. Oh, I swear, last time we saw this together as well. Yeah, I think you were the one who showed this last time too, chat member. Yes, this one did look interesting because I was curious to see how this would work. Because again, it feels like a different project that's similar in the sense of like you can go down into thing. But also, isn't Python technically the same as Mojo? Because theoretically, you just write Python code, and it's basically the same, right? Oh, but you have to add type. Okay, you have to do type. Right. Okay, yeah. You have to go before you say, "I'm a living frog fraction to you." You're actually kind of true though. Like that's pretty correct actually. Yeah, I've changed topic like 7 times now. This is by the creator of LOVM. Right, that was it. Yeah, that's the same person. That's a big compliment. It is. It is. But if you said for Frog Fraction 2 or something, I would have been mad, right? Because then you don't really know. Gran Turismo music. I'm glad that you enjoyed the playlist. And if you enjoyed the playlist, go to youtube.com. Go to Knowledge with an X. Go to his channel. This dude streams every day. He sometimes makes remixes of songs. He's famous for dropping beats over rap segments. So he's like he got really big off of the Meek Mill stuff, where Meek Mill used to have these old rap videos where it was him on the rise when he was starting out in Philadelphia or something. And then, because you're doing it you're just doing it to show off your like technical ability. There's like no beats, right? You just do it live. Like it's the way that people do it in like a very loose context, like a free context, right? And then he saw it and he made a really good beat over it. So if you like it, it's the VGM ones as well as the V3 and V2 ones. But pretty much a lot of the songs that you hear on the channel come from him, as well as drum and bass remixes of gameplay songs that I find elsewhere. There's more stuff coming soon to the overall playlist. I just need to figure out a good way to arrange it. I care a lot about the arrangement of it. It's like I'm funny, but you don't get me sometimes, and everyone around you will understand and laugh, and you're like, huh, but you like me. Thank you. No, I don't think anyone else understands either. I don't think anybody else actually understands. Everyone's pretending to understand to be nice to me, right? But chat, I don't want you to be nice to me. I want you to be real with me. You can hate me as much as you want. I won't ban you for hating me because that's fine, right? Like I only ban you if it's like very egregious. You're allowed to hate me. I want that. Please hate me. Yes, Python can only compile. Mojo wants to be backwards compatible with Python. Oh, so you can write the interpreted code and compiled code next to each other. I see. So you can actually run it within the interpreter. I guess it makes sense. Yeah, because off of Clang, you can just then use the interpreter. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's good. Okay, okay. So I'll keep Mojo. I will keep Mojo. I'll keep Mojo in mind because that sounds cooler, and I hate Python. But if I'm gonna do Python, I might as well do it nice. So it makes sense. You guys are sticking on a different celestial level, and you're a mere dunny. No. It's not that you're dumb, Chad. We're all dumb, right? Or rather, everybody has a different bend, right? I wouldn't know the things that you know, just as you wouldn't know the things that I know, right? I always say this, right? Just because you can't do what I do doesn't mean that you're not an expert in your domain. We have an expert designer here, right? I've seen chat member Mint's designs. They're really good. Like, as much as I'm like, clowning on like these chat members, I think Mint's designs are extremely good. Like really, really top tier. And I can see why they're good at what they do. Tavati is yeah. And then Megane is Yeah. And then Imam Lee is a neuroscientist, right? Lloyd Hentai is yeah, stalker. You linked it to me. You linked it to me. What am I supposed to do? You linked it to me. Wait, show sticky. What? We transcended. You have a suggestion that will make me transcend. Sure. Wait, please show me. Wait, can confirm you're a professional stalker. And there was a thing you want to show sticky on stream. Please show me. What is this? What is this? I'm afraid. Oh right, you were gonna show me this. What's this mean? I did. Oh, I think you did for something, and then it was tied to your account name. Because you showed me like the designs of something, and then I was like, oh wait, it's tied to your account name. So I clicked on the thing, and then I saw the rest of your designs because I liked your initial design stuff that you showed me, and I was like, holy shit, you're actually really good. So again, even though I clown on all of you, it doesn't mean that I don't think that you're all really good. I think that you're all really good, right? You all have different skills and different skill sets. Even if I meme on you by not having anything to say, I mean, the person that I said that was just like yeah to, they're a linguist. Like you guys have skills. It doesn't mean that you're stupid. Watch out, the Amazon link. It's for you too. Okay, please give me the link. I have to take a screenshot of it though, not like a because I can't show the link because it'll Amazon will show your address, and I don't have like a I don't remember what the fake address I have now is. So now if I want to show what a specific character from Despicable Me looks like. Oh no, oh no, isn't that the Minion movie? That's the Minion movie. Show me what the Minion movie looks like. Show me what the Minion movie looks like as I draw this and think about how to do this on the side. Oh, not even in a private tab. So, well, I have a fake address in general on, but I don't know if it's like I just don't remember what it is, and I'm worried if it's gonna do something weird. I'm always worried if like Amazon can like see through it. Basically, you sent a DM. Ruby's costume. What? What is this? Delivered to Canada. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's pretty good. Scroll down. There's pictures of customers who wear it. Do not waste your money. The mask is distorted, hard to recognize who the character is. The outfit is see-through also. Very low quality. Do not recommend. That's good. That's really good. Oh, that's really good. T559, I'm so sorry that you had to buy this. But now you're gonna go down in history. Oh, that's so good. That's amazing. Looks fine to me. Beautiful dench. Dench. Oh, that's good. Welcome. This is the official Snowjob icon now. When I send the game to the game jam. So when I send the game in for the game jam, I'm gonna have this icon. Okay. This is now the Snowjob mascot. You're just scrolling down and just see that. That's the funniest part too. Is that people will like put whatever they like because like it's a free for all in terms of what people want there, right? Like people will just show that like people can post anything there, and you just don't know. Like how the bad quality would have been apparent from just the photo that's the thing from just the photo as is. The photo as is was enough to make me go like, yeah, this is pretty bad. Like I would have been like, I wouldn't buy this. You didn't have to go through with this. I have the perfect song for this. Where are you? Where are you, my beautiful song? Yeah. Ah, yes, the chants. This is the transcendent song. Yeah, this is the. You look out the window and they're just there waiting for you. That's you. That's really good. Replace the old mask. The mask we have now, right? Yeah. You're so correct. You're actually so correct. We're gonna replace the mask that we have on right now. We're gonna replace the mask that we have on now. Hollow that mask and wear it on it. It will be done. It's fine. It will be done. Give me your face. Ah, yes, the Hobbleheim chance. No, show sticky what? Oh, the transcend. Wait, what's the transcend thing? This isn't the transcend thing? What's the transcend thing? How deep does this rabbit hole go? You really imagine that face chanting in the voice. That's why it's so perfect, right? That's why it's so perfect. It's really the perfect mask for this kind of chanting. It's the kind of thing that you would see in your nightmares. That or Payday 2. It really is 50-50. I was like, why does it have it? I need to cut out all of this. There we go, perfect. Oh, yes, perfect. Here we go. Great idea, chat. Great idea. Solid idea. Thank you for showing me this mask. We now have we're basically just Payday 2 IRL. Oh, this is so good. Oh, yeah. That's a weird chin, too. That's so good. Like this. Very quick and easy. Is this copyright? Is this considered fair use if I do this to someone else's photo? I'm going to assume that at some point T553 is going to find my stream. And then they're going to sue me for this mask. And I'll be like, sure, take it. Take back the mask. I don't want it anymore. Free me from it. It'll be like Jim Carrey inside the mask. When he's trying to get rid of it, but it's like sucking him off. Right? No. No, we're gonna get sued. No, not again. Not again, no. God, the chanting really does add to the flavor. There's just something so haunting about this. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, that's perfect. T didn't care who I was until I put on the mask. Oh, poor Tia. Tia's like, what are you doing? I don't care about you until you wear the... What's this guy's name? Who is this character? Is this an actual character from the movie? There's no way. I only know about the minions. Why does he look like this? Well, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't look like this. Maybe he looks better. Is the chanting orthodox? How did you know that? Yeah, it is. Wait, how did you guess it like correctly? That was so fast. You're the only person who was able to correctly guess the like chanting. Again? No, yeah, just again. I need holes for my eyes. I need to replace these eye holes with my holes. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. And I need to replace the mouth hole with my mouth hole. Because you were in Greece. Oh yeah, you were in Greece. True! So true. Wait, did you hear chanting? Is that like a normal... Is that just what the Greeks do? That would be kind of nice, actually. There's something very, very relaxing about this. About the it's something about the rhythmic quality of it. It's the repetitive. Oh my god, it's the repetitive nature of it sounds so like nice. You also thought it was orthodox. Oh, maybe I don't expect much of you, chat. You know what I mean? Like all of you. I don't know why. We have like genuinely everyone here is like a genius, but I always like downplay all of you. You know what? Yeah, you bought Frankenstein from them. You love the smell. Frankenstein? Oh, the incense. Like the actual incense thing, right? I'm assuming that's what you meant by the Frankenstein. Unless you actually like burn the body. Frankincense. What is frankincense? That sounds terrifying. Ah, yeah, I love burning Frankenstein. Their body smells amazing. That is terrifying. Yes. Yeah, over here. And go. It's so confusing. So many different places where I can put this actually. I wish I saved the way to go to the whatchamacallit. What, I have a Docker file? Here? No, it's like too much shit over here. Oh, maybe. No, it's too much shit over here. Oh, this one. Here we go. It's D. I keep forgetting it's D. Why do I have a dump thing? What? My new identity. Good for when the cops. So the cops can't find this. Yeah. Perfect. Now let me bring it into a thing. Let me bring it into the V2 Studio. Need to do this really quick. Sorry, there's surprisingly many steps to do this. Many steps. Many steps. Images. My new identity. Yes. Okay, now. Oh, I still need to actually have the item. Wait, sorry. V2 Studio is on a separate thing. Oh, yes. You can't see chat at the moment, but there's no need. There's no need to see a chat. All I need to see is myself. Yes. My eyes barely fit. Like, nothing really fits here. That's close enough. That's close enough. It's good. It's good. That's wonderful. Absolutely amazing. This is Drew, the brother of New. I didn't. Wait, he has a brother? I didn't know anything about this. Oh, the church resin to burn. The resin from the tree. I didn't know that they had like tree resin. Huh. Your nails are so long. We actually had another chat member explaining this to me. The way that you have to like type is you have to use your like knuckles. I think it was Heb. They were explaining like how to use their like claws to, like type, and I was like, oh yeah, that seems complicated. Oh, I love this mask. Thank you so much for giving me a new identity. Now no one will know that I did it. Anyways, back to the music. Thank you for the wonderful gift. Thank you for the wonderful gift. Oh, yes. Thank you, TF553, for providing your face for today's stream. And also, still, what is the transcendence thing? Like, what is the programmed chance? I think I might genuinely fall asleep. We need to be careful. Now the trance song of a cosmic trance. I do have a cosmic trance song. Where is it? Where's the cosmic trance song? Yeah, this is it. This is a modern day trance song. I can't tell if this would be like millennial music or like Zoomer music, right? Does Germer belong in the Zoomer bracket, or does he belong in the millennial bracket? You really can't tell. I also really wish I was able to do this with only the vocal track, but I don't have the stems for it. Like obviously, but this is so annoying. I can't play with that for too long. Back to the programming, I guess. Zoomers are a social construct. You know what's funny is that you're technically not wrong, right? Because either way, they're like snotty children, so it doesn't really matter. But they are specifically like a social construct. You just happen to be born in a specific year, so now you're like a Zoomer. Or Seabat by Imam Lee. Wait, is there a Seabat remix that I don't know here? They're very sticky as well. Yes, they're also okay. Maybe I don't want to say that Gen Z is sticky. I don't know if they're like legal yet, because that sounds weird to like say. I'm afraid to like say that. Aren't all generations a social construct in some way? True. What is this Seabat remix? Unless you send it on Discord, which I don't have open yet. If you do send me something on Discord that you want me to show, please let me know. I have it off just in case you send me like a DM, and we don't want people to like see it, just in case. This is the pushing thing. When Zoomer's like 20 years old, there's no way. What? What? Oh my god. I'm a, I don't know, 1980 and 1995. Yeah, I'm like in between. I'm a, I'm I'm somewhere. Partially, yeah, very, very partially. I mean, if you, I mean, 6 to 24 is a pretty wide range. To be fair, 6 to 24 is a massive range. You make it sound like you made see a bat, but what if you had like a really cool like a remix of it, right? Do you think AI could make a remix of Seabat? I don't think so, but it would be interesting to like see. 98 is the oldest. That's actually crazy. I can't believe that they're so old now. I know it just feels it like time flies. No, so we're gonna program now as best as I can. We have an hour and a half left. You thought 12 years old was already Gen Alpha. No way a 6-year-old is considering. That's what I thought so too, right? I thought like like Gen Alpha was like way older by now. I thought it was like they were at least sorry yeah like I thought Gen Alpha was at least like 14 now. Imagine having Zoomers in my chat. You know what's crazy? They could be. I think one of you is a Zoomer because you're just under, like you're just at like 23 or something, or like 24, which is like weird. I have people in my friend group, in my extended friend group, who are at that age because our friend group is like a wide range of like 21 to 35. So it's like a massive like age range for my like IRL friend group. So it's like I'm actually friends with Zoomers. It's that's weird to me. No, but we had the song. You would think that you showed me. Oh right, yes, 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 yes. Was it was during the same episode as the Buttercoin God song, right? I remember. That was a good segment. So here, person one pushes person two, pushes person three. The force needs to apply to this object. How do you calculate the force? Well, I want to do it once. Because once you're locked on, it can't change, right? It really won't change. I'm going to make it so that only the person at the front can determine the direction. They simply use the strength of everyone around them to do it. So it'll be like a snake. So if you churn, then everyone will slowly lerp over until they churn as well to like that angle, right? However, the force will only be from from the direction of the person at the lead of the pack. So how do I store this? Because as you know, this is a bit of a linked list situation. If another person joins at the back, you need to somehow know to propagate the force forward to the snowball. How do you do this besides a link to the list? That's the song. Okay, yeah. So those people keep complaining about Gen Alphas and how terrible they are. Are they talking about literal toddlers? I think so. Like you're yelling at like a 5-year-old. Like that kid is still sucking on titties. You know what I mean? Like they're actual babies. I don't what? That's weird to me. That's crazy to me that they're actual babies. You have to go? No worries. Remember, please post your poops in progress in the poop in progress channel. It's very important. If it's science. If you post actual poop, you will be banned. I will actually ban you. I don't want to see that anywhere. How do we propagate this like voice? How do we do this in a way that isn't bad? Well, you could store one data point of like who is currently like you could store all that information of like what your target of your force is, right? So you could store okay, everyone just copies the information of of like this person over here, of the final target, right? This could be good, except you can also push other players. What? No way, the poop. Any alphas in the chat? Any Gen Alphas? We have a Gen Alpha. I think we have a boomer. We have well, not a boomer, sorry. We have a older millennial, 1980. We have somebody that's in the generation before millennial as well. Again, I trend much older, which I enjoy. I don't like having younger chat members. I find it very difficult to manage them. I've got like 4 kids IRL that aren't even my kids, and I already can't handle it, right? One simplicity. Damn, my 3-year-old niece can't even focus on a simple equation without having Subway Surfers in the corner. Gen Alpha is screwed. Meanwhile, she's like, goo goo gaga. So true. So true. There's a problem with this approach. If we do this, let's say you don't push a snowball and you push a person, he likes them older. No one's ever been mad at somebody for liking them older. If anything, you would get more hate for liking them younger, right? I actually do kind of wonder this. Let's say you stream or something or you make content, right? I find it difficult to want to make content geared towards children if it wasn't for the sake of like educational purposes. Like I don't mind writing a children's book for like somebody because I've done that for like my nieces and like nephews on the fly when they want me to tell them a story for them to fall like asleep, right? That's a whole different matter though. But if you want to entertain a child for like a long period of like time, that's not in the sense of like education or helping them like enrich their like lives, and you're just there to entertain them. I always kind of wonder like why would you want to do that? A, they're very easy to entertain. So it's very simple to like do anything and they'll find it entertaining. B, they're very, very distracted. So they no longer care about what you do very quickly. D, what topics can you talk about with a child, right? So even though it's very easy to make them laugh, it's very hard to stay child appropriate for a long time because you have to really stretch your mind. To do humor that a child enjoys, that it's still at least complex enough that you like touch on many different topics, it's super hard. Super, super hard. Easily distracted, clueless. Wait a minute. I'm the problem. Time to guess the age of the chatters. I'm not guessing ages. Oh man. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I'm not very distracted, even though I just went beer bait just to answer like a text. And children have no money. Yes, they have no money. You can't sell anything to them. Those broke little runts. What's funny is that even though they don't have any money, you actually, realistically, it's weird, right? Because, yeah, they have Papa's credit card. Exactly. The hard part about making money off of children's stuff is that you're not convincing the child. You're convincing the parent. So you build your content with the audience of children in mind, and then, but the person that you ultimately try to convince to buy is the parent. Which is way harder because it's like no parent is gonna open the book and then be like, "What is this?" Necessarily, a lot of them will just go like, all right, Billy, we're gonna get you the book. All right, stop crying. God, you're just like your father or your mother. Or you convince a child to convince the parent. Well, that's easy. That's very easy. You just make it do some cool thing, and then children will convince their parents to do anything. They'll like try really hard, right? That is something that platforms with predominantly older teenagers, younger 20s audiences. Advertisers don't want to pay for ads because the user bases are broke. Exactly, the user base is like completely broke. Yeah, it's weird though, right? Because Twitch is kind of that right now. Like you see the audience of like Kai Cenat, right? And I'm just talking about from an audience perspective. I presume a lot of his audience is much younger, even though he has like a ton of people watching, right? How do you translate that into actual money, right? Again, it's crazy that they're able to sub to him at all. But as far as I can sort of imagine, I imagine that a lot of his audience is younger, and so therefore he can't really make money off of them specifically. Whereas like somebody that's like Germer, for instance, right, who has I'm gonna tell you right now, most people who watch Germer are like 30 years old. They're far past, like they're far into their prime earning years of that 30 to 50 age range, and they have some level of disposable income, presumably, that they're able to like spend on them, right? Which is a very different thing overall. And so I'm always curious about the like breakdown of like how much money can he make off of like that, because again, Kai Cenat, when he had Kevin Hart, had like 500,000 people for the entire day watching him. Like how much of that does it translate into? Or at that point, do the advertisers even care because you like pay for like future income in the form of advertisement? Then they can convince the people around them to get the money that they need, right? Or that they want. As well, another thing that I hate about making content for kids, it's really hard to connect with them, and I don't really want to connect with them because they're like annoying. For me, I really hate kids. Like I love my nieces and my nephews, right? I take care of them a lot. Like my niece that I had in, well, not that I had her, but like she entered my life when I was like 15. It was like, oh wow, like it's like, okay, well, I'm an uncle now, right? So it's like we share a very close bond because we kind of grew up together. but also like I took a lot of care of her when we were younger because of circumstances, many different circumstances. And so it's interesting to sort of see that like care that I have for them, while also recognizing that I hated every aspect of it. I tell her too. I'm like, well, not that I tell her that she was bad, because she asked me. She was like, why don't you and Auntie have any kids? And I was like, we don't actually like kids. And then she was like, what? But you guys did such a good job with the me, because she's in like high school now, right? And she was like, yeah, but like, and all of my nieces and nephews have like said the same thing of like they actually really like loved me taking care of them and like stuff. And I was like, yeah, but like I did it out of an obligation. It's not to say that I don't love you, right? But that as much as I love you, I'm not really made for parenting, and I don't really like hanging out with like children. It feels very, I don't know, weird to me and boring and like stale. On top of that, it feels very annoying to have to deal with like childlike tendencies, right? Because I hated myself as a teenager looking back on it now as an adult, right? And so like knowing all of that, it's like I don't know how people can make content geared towards kids. It just feels like there's just too much stuff that goes on. There's always some weird, stupid drama with like kids getting angry at you because you don't like do something or you do something. It's like Jesus Christ. With like an older user base, it's much easier to have like actual conversations where it's like, okay, we're on the same wavelength. We know what paying bills is like, unless you're rich, that's a whole different matter. It feels very, very simple. So for me, at least, I will never have an audience of the kids. I've had enough with my nieces and my nephews, and I love them. I just really hated the kid portion of their lives, and it wasn't really their fault. It's just the nature of children. They just have like emotions all over the place. They get angry at things. They like want school toys. It's hard to explain things. Kids are very difficult. Hi, Sticky, it's me, your only landlord for months. I have created the illusion that you don't have to pay for rent. But here's the truth. If you don't program, I will throw you out onto the streets. And now for you to be convinced of this, I will send this message from all of my accounts. I have to pee. I'm going to extend this to another 2 hours. I'm going to extend this to another 2 hours. I'll be right back in just a moment. An ad will play to prevent pre-rolls. BRB. Hi, Sticky, it's me, yo. We're going to program, chat. We're going to program. I will warn you though, it's raining, which apparently has a 50-50 chance of knocking out my power because our power grid or our power system cannot handle the natural weather that occurs, just like last time when we flooded. How am I going to optimize this? So, if we have this problem of we have to propagate force to the final target, I don't want to have to jump and do all these jumps. Not that it really matters in terms of performance, but I'm thinking if the chain is very, very long, I'm worried if this is really hard to do. What I can do is I can just store where everyone is like pushing that like what the target of everyone's force is at the end of the chain. Sorry, I can store the target of everyone's force that they're pushing with on every single person, so everyone knows what the final target is, right? It's as simple for snowball because snowball rule means that you can only push one single snowball, right? And that's very, very straightforward. That's a very straightforward thing I do. And then the problem arises when you have things like this. Let's say you push only a person instead, and then that person decides to push another person. Well, now you've got a problem. How do you then go back and update this chain that you no longer know who the participants in this chain are, right? You don't know who is the participant in the chain. You only know relative to each other, and you have to do like right now you have to redo the logic to go back up and down the chain, right? To know that the new target to push is this person. So copying it over wouldn't really work. I think what we just do is we keep it very, very simple. We don't even bother with the linked list, and we realize that linked list is a bad choice. We just store it in like an array structure, and then we just have the head of the array be the main thing that you're pushing. And whatever is at the head of the array will be the thing that has all the force being pushed to it. The head must be a can plow target. So it must be plowable. This allows us to then handle things like this. Let's say that somebody comes in off the side and wants to push number 3 out of the way to try to cause any issues, to try to break them off, right? And obviously this will feel kind of weird because they don't really contribute any churning force. So when that happens, maybe they should contribute training force. If we do it like this, everybody can contribute a training force just fine. There's not really much of an issue. So somebody at the back can try to push this person, which will slowly start to rubber band them. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. Because then what will happen is, let's say somebody comes in as like, B1 and then B2, not 2B. That's a whole different character, and she needs 2 circles to contain all of her. B2. Let's say they push number 2 over here. Well, now he's gonna start going that way, right? This is easy because then we just have entries. Again, it's an array, right? So you have the head at 0, 1, 2. You then have a different array. Well, for this array, it's pointing down here, but realistically, it'd be kind of like off to the side, right? Like it doesn't really matter. This is just a pointer that links these like two spaces. Then the target of them, the head over here, is the same number 2, and then it's like B1 over here, B2. That's probably a better way to handle it. That way, you can sort of add and remove this, and you can change what the target is. And if you need to splice it, let's say this person lets go, and nobody else knows, because theoretically you could also just break off and form like two different chains, right? This person could break this a chain. You then just say, okay, well, I'm gonna break it off. This then becomes just a 1-2 thing, and these become their own 1-2-3 thing, right? I think that's a doable thing. And then, it would still follow the same logic of like, 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? Like this, with this structure, it's much more composable compared to a linked list where you'd have to travel up and down the list. Because if you break it over here, you then need to look at your next element, take the parents, or like tell them that their backend is no longer there, update the parents of like this. Like it's, in a way, actually, in a way, technically, this would just be a linked list. Let's just see if it works with an array for now, and then we'll use a linked list if we have to. Because linked lists are really good if you need to modify this structure very often. Like the strength of a linked list is exactly this scenario, where it could happen at any arbitrary points in the chain, right? So you have a collection like this. A linked list is really good because you can cut at any single portion of this, and performance is like roughly the same, roughly. It's mostly physicky where stuff bumps into each other based on collision, or is a binary choice like grab slash like a binary. I wanted it to be physics, like fully physics based, which it would be a lot easier. If it was fully physics based, it'd be a lot easier. Because then you just push force, but I don't know a way to tune it in a way that feels good. Because physics based stuff can feel very finicky. I don't want it to feel finicky. And having a choice of grab and let go feels a lot smoother, because then we can even make it feel like a physics thing by simulating almost like a physics barrier, right? Like, so the way that we have it right now is that if you grab the snowball, as long as you don't, move away from the center too much, and as long as you don't try to churn too heavily, then it's still good. You know what I mean? Like it has weight behind it to where it feels like good, and but you'll always be stuck on it across the entire radius of the circle. In my mind, that's a lot easier to manage and more predictable for the player compared to, because it's a sphere, right? If you push here, it'll move straight forward. If you push here, over a long enough period of time, it'll go like this. It's like the difference between these two things is so wide in terms of in terms of the behavior that it becomes unpredictable for the player and more frustrating than fun. I don't want the game to be frustrating, so therefore it must be a binary choice of grab and let go in my mind. But if you have a better suggestion, you will be added to the list of contributors. Even though I'm the one programming, really, you're all of my bosses, right? You really are my landlords, as I'm the one programming this. So I think this works out. But yeah, a linked list really good at arbitrary, I don't know the actual terms anymore. At being able to split the list up and then reconfigure them and then combine the lists in different ways, right? Which is handy because then theoretically this segment, you could cut the list over here. So this is a 2x2 piece, right? And then some other list over there is pushing something by this. This could then go to the end of this very easily. Then you just say this is its own parent. Yeah, exactly. It is a linked list type deal where links register each other and then the head recursively grabs what is in the influence by. Yeah. The thing that I'm trying to optimize is how to do the force calculation. Because every single person has a strength that they output to it, as well as an angle that they sort of pressure things by, right? How do you then apply that in a way that doesn't feel awful? Or at least feels complicated to calculate. Say this person over here, at the end over here, is starts to churn, right? Let's say that they start to churn this way, right? Then theoretically it should look like this. How do you calculate that from a programmatic perspective? In a way that feels good to do, no matter the length of the thing, and in a way that the results can propagate to every single person, which is like insane to me. Divide and conquer. Make a list of one element and make that work as in the tended phrase. So what's weird is that I know how this would work with one single element. Or rather, I know how each node would like work very easily, right? Because a linked list is IMO like a fairly straightforward container type to like make. It's a very straightforward container to make. It's very easy to handle the linking the nodes, unlinking them to the point where I'm pretty sure C# even has its own built-in linked list actually. So it's like you don't even need to build the linked list necessarily. You just use like a built-in one, and it'll just work like fine. But the movement of a single person is also done. So yeah. So even if you mean movement wise, we have the movement of a single person. But the problem is that even if you do just one other person behind, it's still the same problem. So it's like even if you only do like 2 nodes, right? Let's say you only do 2 nodes, right? It's still the same problem of propagating force forward. So either way, you need to figure out how to propagate force as well as the angle that they move at in order for this person to then change the direction a bit if they're trying to go this way, right? So if you solve, whether or not you solve this or not, you kind of have to solve it for all of them. But the problem with this approach that I'm worried about is that it gets very, very complex to manage overall. Because then what I'm thinking is that if you do this one operation over and over, basically what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to find an optimization that only exists when you look at it as a whole versus as a single thing. Because I already see how to do this. This is actually like doing this movement is simple. What I'm trying to find specifically is the optimization, right? Yeah, so maybe that's a better way to explain what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find a way to do this that maybe has some optimized way over an arbitrary amount of days with some level of like trade-off, right? Because I can see already how to do this from a just a functional perspective. Like I know what the MVP of this is. That's a very straightforward thing to like do. It's just, is there a way to optimize this to effectively go like this? To get something like this and just sum everything up and then do it off of one single target and have everyone else act as a client? Is it even worth it to go down this route, right? It's why I like to look at it as a whole, because if you just solve like the one case like this, right? You may never see that this is a stupid approach just because it's like, is it even worth doing in the first place to have this happen? It may be easier to say that everyone in the back of the train doesn't contribute any churning power at all, and only the head churns, right? Because then it's like, okay, well, it's easier to calculate, which means less performance hassles. And if you do it like this, it's also this issue of like you must calculate the person all the way at the back of the list before you can calculate the head of the list. It's a sequential calculation that you can't do separately, because the results of the previous one affect the results of the current one. Like it has to look into this direction in order to do this direction. And so then, is it easier then to just ignore the churning force entirely? I think you could only see it if you map out the more complex case, right? Because the simple case I find is always very easy to like do, and it doesn't give you enough information about the state of things, and it doesn't really inform your design choice well enough. IMO, that's how I've always found it. It has to look recursively. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like it'll be a complex calculation, right? I mean, even if it's a simple math calculation, the fact that it's a sequential thing means that the more you have to do, the worse performance that it gets. Like the performance basically grinds to a halt. With 3 elements, it's fine. But this 64 max players, right? Imagine having to wait for you to calculate it 64 times. And you can't even cache the value, right? Because the moment that somebody churns, you have to calculate everyone depending on who's in front of them. Let's say it's like this. This is the head. This is the tail. It will not be complex. Yeah, exactly. It's like a linear complexity. Or like it's like something about the sequential processing. I don't know what the term for it is actually, but just the idea that it's sequential means that you run into this a problem. If you don't care about churning force, right? You can just say, okay, what is the total pushing value of the entire thing? That's like a single value that you just update. Let's say pushing force right now is 600, and like one single person shows up, it's now 700, right? It then equals 700. That's an easy thing to calculate. But let's say churn force is a part of it. Let's say your rotation matters, such that your rotation would be like this. This person pushes like this, which means this is a person, even though they're trying to go this way, they're actually churning towards like this way now because of the way that the force is. Which means the person at the front, even though they're trying to go this way, they now churn this way, right? If you remove this person, this one goes back to this. It goes back to this, and then it doesn't do this anymore, which means that the path of this person changes, and then so on and so forth. Which means that as soon as somebody breaks off the chain, let's say over here, let's say this person over here decides to change their movement and start churning from this into like this in instead, right? Every single one of these then has to recalculate it every single time this happens. And it's going to happen for every single person at the back of the line. In the worst case scenario, I think this might be like awful to have to deal with. You want to parallelize it? Well, not parallelize it, but just do it in a way that you can either cache the values for simplicity's sake, or do it in a way that doesn't force you to recalculate like a long sequential chain of work. Because then you have to wait for the results of like this, wait for the results of this, wait for the results of this. Like it feels like this is a lot of work for very little gain in terms of gameplay, and where I'm worried that this won't really like do well in the long run for something like this, right? Because then it's really dependent on like how you like do it. With something like this, right? You know what you're pushing. You know the push strength. Somebody joins, you just update the like strength. There's no way for them to rotate. The rotation only happens at the head of it, off of this like person over here. You then the calculation becomes simpler. Even if this many people go, you just do like a quick math check of like what is their push strength, and then you just subtract it from this like number that's like stored somewhere at like this end, somewhere here near. So maybe even on the thing that we're pushing to then determine how much force is like acting on it, right? I think that's a lot easier compared to like this, where it's like calculating angles on every single frame, and then if you move in even like the tiniest bit, you affect everybody else's calculations too, and you also have to carry forward the previous calculation at every single step. The way this is, you just treat all of this in like aggregate. If there's no churn, force. It's hard to explain, but I think that's the way that I see it. Obviously, in practice, this doesn't really work out because if every single thing has a different push force, then you need to calculate what that is. And I do kind of want that because then, like, I want you to have like random items that maybe make you push harder or like something, or maybe you like find gloves or like something. And maybe it's fine. You wouldn't worry about it. When you write individual lines of code, it can be easily caught in the optimization of things that your CPU does in a millionth of a second. Anyway, no, I know, but it's like, while I find that to be true, I also find it to be false in the sense of like, you should worry about it in the sense of if you can foresee some level of complexity, you can then go back to the drawing board and say like, okay, because I'm not doing this for the sake of optimizing like a code that like does nothing, right? This code has a clear goal of what it's trying to do. It's trying to implement a fun mechanic of people pushing something together. Is it worth it to do all of this complexity for just this fun mechanic? Like, do you lose a lot from the design by dropping the rotation of it? And how much do you gain from like dropping it compared to what you had to do otherwise and what you have to figure out? I think that's worth it to answer. Even though it's not worth it to prematurely optimize, I think it's worth it to answer from this idea of like, should you even bother? And is there just a better is there another way to like do it that avoids all of this anyways? Because you can kind of predict how it's going to go from just a pure standpoint of like what it's going to like do. And then you can see like, okay, is it fine to lose it? Does it change the gameplay much? Probably not. So we can drop it and we don't have to like do it, right? So while I agree that premature optimization is the worst thing ever, I also think it's fine to think about it if you can think about it in terms of trimming out or making things overall simpler and reducing the surface area of work that's being done. So I'm like iffy on like whether or not it's like the worst thing in the world, because you can run into scenarios like this where there's a whole bunch of work that you need to like do now on every single one that has to carry the results forward. But it's like, is it worth it when you get basically the same results if the person at the front just handles all the pushing and then everyone else just shows up as like a train, right? To me, this is like the simpler solution. IMO. Especially since it, these things affecting every single one is a very different scope of work compared to all of it affecting only the one thing at the front. So if you can see it ahead of time, I think it's worth it to be aware of it. Because you can sort of go with that mantra very, very far, where it's like, oh yeah, I'll just write a for loop to do everything. And I'll do like a while loop to do every single thing. And I'll iterate over something in like, just piece by piece by like piece. And I'll handle every single step sequentially, which is fine. But let's say that you're adding 1 to like a bunch of numbers, right? Well, right away, you can see that there's a clear, there's a very nice optimization where you can just add 1 to all of them, all at once in like a single parallel action of like some kind, right? Which is kind of like what SIMD kind of is. And there's no need for you to like do it sequentially in every single one. You can see the optimization there. And so there's no need to like, and so it's weird because it's like you're worrying about it ahead of time. But if you apply the mantra of there's no need to worry about it right now until you like test it, it feels like a waste of like, well, you already have like the solution in like hand, in like mind. So you might as well like do it now. Jump my way to the victory. Yeah, exactly. Is there even a mathematical difference to everything affecting everything in front of it, or everything affecting only affecting the head? Potentially, because the problem is that every player has a different strength at the moment. So the way that we imagine their rotational strength, so if your strength is like 100, you would churn things at like a constant rate. But some of the player may have found like booster gloves, which causes them to push and churn faster. And so then it's like, okay, well, how does this like work? How do you then not avoid this idea of like, so all of a sudden one person's angle being different? There is the angle, there's another case that I'm thinking of that I think what you mean by that is, does it matter whether or not you just sum up all the values by the end of it and then you do a calculation off of that, off of the head? Which is a good point. You could do that too, actually. I didn't think about that. Yeah, you could do that too. But then the problem is like, what's the difference between doing that and just ignoring it entirely? I guess then you get the ability to rotate things, right? Let me think about this. Yeah, I guess you're kind of correct. If it's your... Wait, sorry. Give me a second. Well, I guess you do need to think of the links in between because you got to decide how they move one way or another. Yeah, exactly. Like that's... But like, I get what you're trying to say, which is like, you have the final result. So the final result is like this. Your final result is where you push. So let's say your final result is like this. It's your angle. So the final thing you want to figure out is the angle that you want to push it at, as well as like the speed that it moves at, right? Effectively the force acting on it. Can you calculate this by just knowing the values before without having to do the calculation in between each thing? Maybe this is the optimization that I was trying to find here. Because remember how you said remember how you said just do the one case and then it'll solve itself? But I was like, I feel like there's a case where you can solve the entire thing in aggregate in a way that's very specific to the aggregate case that wouldn't necessarily be the easiest solution if there's only 2, but performs a lot better when there's more of them. I think this is it. I think this is that solution. This is the aggregate solution versus the solo solution. You want this and you want this, and what is this a function of? This is a function of your strength. So let's define speed and an angle, 2 different things. So this is your strength. And then, I don't know how to spell strength. How do you spell... Wait, what happened? How come I can spell strength inside my keyboard, but I can't do it here? What? I can type it in like chat. Strength. Why does it feel so weird? I don't know. It's like the thing of like you say a word too many times and it sounds weird to you. Whereas the angle is like your movement direction. So this is your movement direction. Is there a way to just snapshot all of these values at the moment and then propagate them into a single place where we just work on all the values in like aggregate in like a single step? Movement direction. Because in a physical model, like a real physical model, you pushing somebody would cause them to go off track, and then they would push the other person. Like it would propagate like that. But this is not a real physical model. This is a simulation. So is there a way to do it all in like aggregate? Take all the values from all of these, and only do it on the final step when we need to actually calculate the final values, right? Versus having to calculate in between every single one, which is what I was thinking before. That was probably a bad tangent, actually. So we'll X this. Because if we can do this, then it's fine. Your movement direction. How would you do your movement direction? This is like, I don't really know how. I'm pretty sure this is just a. Well, actually, right now it's a quaternion. The fuck is a quaternion? It's time to learn what a quaternion is, chat. Quaternions form. This is the problem that I want to avoid. Yes. Okay, we ignore quaternions. Whereas is this the case of reduction with the complexity of the final result, all the incapacities, the complexity of getting the in-betweens. Yeah, so exactly. Like we're on the reduction step. We're trying to see if we can solve this through reduction. Because if we can simplify it like that, then it's easy. But I guess it's we have to define this first. Like, what is the angle? Let's just say it's like a degree of like how much you like churn, like a Euler angle. Okay, so like 360 degrees, and then how does this interact with each other, right? Well, let's say you're going, I guess it'd be kind of weird. Let's say you're going 90 degrees. Let's say you're going to the right. You would then move the person in the front of you into the midpoint in between. Like if this person is trying to go this way and you're trying to push them to the right, like going this way, the resulting angle would be like this, right? Just do like a midpoint calculation. Then it'd be complicated because then you would have to calculate in between each and every single one. Because if you aggregate all the angle values that you have, it'd be kind of hard not to calculate it in between, right? Whether or not you do that calculation at the end, just an average then. Yeah, just an average. Well, I mean, that's the thing. If it's just an average, then theoretically, you just get like a bunch of these, collect them, and average them. Yeah. Which isn't bad. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's like doable. 90, 0, and then in between here, you can see the average is 45. And then you'd have to calculate the average of the next person based on that result and just carry it through. Yeah, that's like doable. Then we could just collect it all and do the calculation right at the very end. Well, or weighted average if there are stats or anything. Yeah, exactly. Weighted average, yeah. I mean, let's just call it average just for simplicity's sake, because I don't even know if we'll get to the point where you have different strength. But it's something that it's in the nice to have column of the design, so we might as well account for it now. Because if we don't account for it now, it's gonna be like annoying to deal with it later. IMO. Because either way, the solution is the same. It's just how much weight do you apply to like a certain thing based on their like strength, right? So strength applies in both cases. Yeah, that's doable. Okay. Yeah, if we just take the average and we calculate the average like that, it should be fine. So you still kind of depend on the results of the previous one, though. It's kind of annoying, because you're basically, like as you say, you're reducing it down into something. And that's a very painful thing to do. You can't just do like a generic average, I don't think. Or maybe you can. Let's say you have like 90, 0, 180, someone's trying to pull away from it. The pulling away step is going to be weird. Because there's a special case of like if you're pulling away from the thing, you actually apply a negative force to it. Like if one person's pushing this way and the person behind them is trying to push this way, theoretically your strength would be getting lower. Like the amount of force that you apply would be getting lower versus the angle of this thing. And so it's like you have a special case for some values. You know what I mean? Like now we're getting even more complicated. This feels like a lot to do for a feature that may not even like pan out to be like understandable or fun. Because it's gonna feel weird if somebody behind you starts to push you. Every link in the chain influences the result at any mode. Therefore, we cannot optimize out any link. That's how you see it. Yeah, that's how I see it too. So maybe I was on the right track. Maybe there was no way to like optimize this. Because if we do it like this, then it gets very complicated. Because every single link influences the results of it, and some links apply differently. But maybe also the other thing that I was thinking of, like, what if you have, because the average thing is interesting. The average thing is interesting. If you have this, you have this, and you have this, right? Theoretically, your resulting angle is just the average of like these three, because your average is the average no matter what. Like presumably the calculation ends up laddering up the same anyways, right? So the average of these numbers is always the same one number, no matter if you do it step by step, or you do it all at once and you just take the average of every single number, right? It's basically the same number, the same result. So while it influences the result, the calculation is simple because it's just an average. And then you could handle the special case of, like, say, somebody pushing directly opposite of you. But then that's a problem. How would that work? I guess the problem is that 180 case. It's that edge case of, like, what if somebody's pushing in, like, a 180 degree angle? And they're not directly in front of someone else. Like, say this person's doing 0, that person's doing 180. Presumably, if they have the same strength, they cancel out. And how would this influence? I guess you'd have to look at it from only the forward angle. If you look at it only from the forward angle, I think it's fine. So if you look at it from sphere. So if you look at it like this, then it'd be easier to solve. Okay, so again, you go like this. If you only care about the side that's being pushed, and you ignore the side that isn't being pushed, then I think it's easy. I guess if you want to allow pushing backwards, you have to work in vectors. That's the main issue, right? It's like if I want to have people pushing backwards, then we have to do vectors as I thought initially. But I could just not ignore it, but rather only care about the push angle from this side. So only this side would handle the rotation. So this side would handle the rotation. So anything pushing forward would handle the rotation. And we just assume every value behind it. So let's say this is, the 0 point, this is 180 at the apex. And then 180 at this apex. This side could be rotation, this side could be strength. We can then this is a lot easier then. Because then it's like if you're like below, if you're in the negative, like you're trying to pull away, then then you're not allowed to affect the angle. You just affect the strength. Even though theoretically you would be pulling somebody at like an angle, like you would theoretically, if you pull someone backwards and you're pulling them at like an angle, like this, and your pull kind of is like this, they would theoretically move like this. We can ignore it and just say it only affects the strength. But then if we're ignoring that, why don't we ignore it as a whole, right? Again, I'm still not fully convinced that it's worth it to care about this yet. I'm still not fully convinced that having to worry about everyone's push angle is a fun gameplay mechanic that translates well and can be done in like a good way, compared to only having the person at the front care about the churning like a driver, and everyone else is like a workhorse that just pushes the engine. Like that even might be more fun and like understandable from a perspective of like, let's say you're moving forward at the very head, you're trying to push the snowball. It might be interesting to have people like try to convince your friends to stay on like stable, but also like that's a lot of work to like do. It's like, is it really fun to convince people to stay stable? I don't really know yet. But here, at least, if you're already ignoring this whole case here, and it doesn't really affect the angle, it just affects how much you like pull. Why don't we just ignore the entire thing and then we have a very simple model to work with? I feel like now the model is getting even more complex to work with. But if we do it like this, then we can just take the average. Then the average is simple to calculate. MVP time. Well, so we're trying to figure out what the MVP is. I can kind of imagine the gameplay as is, right? And so it's not really a matter of like seeing how the gameplay will churn out. Well, it is basically it's what I'm trying to get at is that it's a matter of seeing how the gameplay will churn out, but it's also a technical consideration because the less work that we have to do, the faster we can get to MVP, and the faster we can get to nice to have. Because worst comes the worst, we submit it without this feature, and then we can go back to the game afterwards, after the game jam is like done, and then re-implement this to have the chaining force. That's not the worst thing ever, right? Because the goal of the game is like everything here, which is to build snow structures and to like make funny structures and to just have like a zen time pushing snowballs. Whereas like this is like a very specific concern of like how, I guess, like realistic do you want it to be? How do you want it to feel? When you're at the, and not even how you want the person rolling the snowball to feel, how you want the people helping you roll the snowball feel. So yes, it's an MVP thing, but it's not really an MVP thing in terms of the game itself. I think it's more of an MVP thing in terms of like what we want from a game design versus complexity thing versus time complexity thing. Like how much complexity do we want in our code base to handle this MVP type of thing? So basically, it's an MVP of the design. Is basically what I'm trying to say is, but not the game design, the code design. It's probably the best way to like say it. MVP of the code design. Yeah, that's a good way to say it, I think. But if we do it like this, it's very simple. Everyone's strength at the back. Then we just aggregate. So let's continue down this like train and like see. Because if it's not that bad to implement with this idea of saying averaging, which you brought up, it's a very good point. I'll put your name here. You are now can attribute it. If you don't like that signature, you can send me a new one. Then it's straightforward because then the angle is just that, and then your strength is this as a sum of all the strengths available in the chain, which you have to go through anyways to like get. So if you're going through these game objects anyways, you're getting all the values and you're collecting all of them, then all you really have to do to get the strength is just do what you're doing anyways. Presumably, this is easy to optimize if you need to, if you really want to go like crazy on the optimization, because since you're just collecting values and working on them all at once. What's nice is that, let's say you want to parallelize it for some reason. I don't think you have to, but let's say there's like, because the end goal of this game is that there's an infinite number of people who can play, right? Let's say you have like 10,000 of these, right? And you want to parallelize it, right? It's easy to do a filter step across various sections because you can just chunk it. And because average is the same average whether or not you do it in one step or like 5 steps, you can then chunk it still the average step. And the sum is also a step that you can chunk as well. So it's very nice from a data structure perspective. It's very easy to iterate over. Fits well, especially if you store it, depending on how you store it as well, it's very easy to translate into a system that keeps all the values in like hash. Like it's very nice to like do in a way that is performant. But I think this works out. So strength sum minus bad actors. Minus bad actors at the back. Minus the bad actors' strengths. And because this is just a sum thing, because sum is commutative, and an average is, this whatever that same thing is, but for averages, then it's fairly straightforward to like do. Because then you get the same result no matter what you do. It feels like hell to test though, considering how many people you'd want to have in a chain. So if we do it in this way, I don't think it's hell to like test, because this way the test case for like 3 people is the same as like 20. I think it's always the same because you just have the one calculation of finding the average and the sum. These are 2 very simple operations to test, because if you can figure out the average of like 3, you can figure out the average of like 300. If you figure out if you can figure out the sum of 3, you can figure out the sum of like 300, right? It's like a fairly simple test case. But from a performance test standpoint, I think the problem there is a different problem. But you're also correct in that you have to find like 10,000 people to test how performant this is. But you can simulate this anyways by just doing this calculation like 10,000 times, having like 10,000 game objects that have their own value, and just giving a fake dummy value to them. And then you just calculate and you see how well it like works. So either way, I think it ladders down into like a very easy way to test. Yeah, okay, not like exactly, yeah. So like not like a unit test, but like testing what the thing feels like as a product. Well, I think it's doable because if this is just a series of values, right? From a gameplay perspective, I can just write like a quick like bot class that just creates a character because you're bot class. So I mean, this is something that we had to figure out anyways. Because there's no way for me to test this from a network perspective without having to do this anyways. Is making like a bot class. So now we need to think of the bot class. Okay, so for this one, good call on the thing about summing it up. We can keep it like this. We do average sum. This is the final solution. Do this. We do that. For testing of behaviors to see what it feels like, we can do bot classes, which is fairly straightforward. Yeah, the building the thing right versus building the right thing. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I think what we can do is just have a bunch of bot classes to see how this feels like. The bot class is simple too, because all it really needs to do is attach to someone and then move. That's all it really has to do. And these are fairly straightforward to program, I think, because in terms of programming this is a function that we already have to do. So we already have this in the snowplow thing, right? We already have this ability to attach two things. So we just give it that component. The movement part is just the transform of it. Really, all you really need is this like AI orchestrator. So all you really need is this like AI all you really need is this like AI component that handles calling these two things. That's all you really need to like do, I think. Because then if you do it like this, you get a good simulation of what a player is. You have to do this anyways for the work anyway, so it's like you can reuse the results in like either case. Then it's very simple to do, and because it's simple to average and sum, it should be simple to do this. You just have to iterate over like a massive container of like people, like a linked list, which isn't the worst thing ever, but we'll see how bad it is, right? But this is a good way to like test it, because then these things from the perspective of the linked list are just there. Because the linked list is not like a specific entity. It's just a component. It's just a linked list of components, and then it can grab the values from these, right? So that's fine. I think even the functional testing of this. Thankfully, it's a fairly simple feature to test, and thankfully the game is simple from a how many things you can do standpoint that the bots don't have to do too much. If it was like if it was like Counter-Strike, right? And your bot had to simulate how good it felt to get one shot by an op, right? Let's say you're balancing the op, and you need to know if it feels good to get one shot by an op through a doorway, right? You have to make the bot shoot different body parts, and you have to make the bot have like a delay time. Let's say you want to feel how it feels like with a current reload time. And the reload time is very important because it depends on the aim of the person, the average aim of a person. Then you have to make a bot that like has some accuracy versus good accuracy versus perfect accuracy versus pro level accuracy. Like that's a very complex thing to like handle with all those metrics. Whereas this is just make it attach to something, make it move, and then you just reuse all of this, which is a simple calculation. I think this works out fine. Yeah, it's good. Okay, well, so we'll do it like that. Okay, it's good. All right. Now, how do we translate this into code? I have no clue. I have no clue. What's a linked list thing here? What can I use this? Can I use this to do the chain almost? And where would I store the chain? I kind of don't want to store the chain in like a component. Like each person in the chain will probably have to have their node for us to sort of refer back to in order to look up the chain and deal with it. It really should be within a system, like an overarching singleton that handles this thing. I know they have a way to hook into the system somewhere. This is the wrong documentation. This is the wrong documentation. Why do they link? Why does the game engine link to the other documentation that doesn't do anything? I don't know why this button, developer documentation, leads to this wiki, which isn't the developer documentation that they link over here. Oh, sorry, that they link over here. The curated one. Like, I don't want the community one. The community, I don't even know if there is a community here. Product has been revoked. Yeah, it's because what they ran into is that people would just get s&box to play the games and not develop the thing, so they didn't have a way to like dog food their like stuff. They didn't have any way to like see like okay, what was the problem with it. So they had to revoke keys, But the revocation is apparently simple. If you just don't use it for a couple days, it'll just disappear. So it might disappear for me actually, because I might be gone for 2 days. I might be gone for 5 days. It really depends on how much my like wife needs like break time, right? And if I'm gone for too long, I'm pretty sure my thing will get revoked, which would be funny because then we can't do anything. So I made to open this thing every single day just to keep the like key. System. There was something about making custom systems. The scene system. Here we go. Execution order. Game object systems. This is the one. Execution order. I'm not gonna rely on it. That's like too much stuff. But I just need systems to do specific work. And in this case, the work is just keeping track of the various chains, because that's a higher level concern, right? Because it's like the chain, like who is in the chain, is a higher level concern to the players who are playing the game, who can form and deform chains as they please. It's just kind of like a separate thing that sits somewhere else that you need access to from every other system to do other types of work, which is fine. And then these people, and then the players only know what chain that they belong to, because they have like a node component that keeps like a bidirectional link. I really hate bidirectional links because of possible staleness issues, but whatever. Staleness issues, access issues, whatever. It's fine. So the only system is just to find a new class that derives from game object system. That's easy. What is the term? I know that I know. Train conductor system. Yeah. That's good stuff. Game object system. All right, cool. So the train conductor system, because you're running a train on someone, right? You're running a train on someone. As you run a train on someone, you need a conductor to tell you, do you go fast or do you go slow? And then you need a constructor, which gets the scene. Okay, so you need a constructor, which gets the train conductor. Train conductor system that gets the scene. And then we just set the base scene. Oh, in case you want to do more work. I see. But you have to always call the base with the scene. Right. I thought this was the only thing that it does. I didn't see line 2. Because you have to also specify where it listens to. Where does it listen to? Well, to do this, we need to see where this is. And then we need like a... No, man, this is weird. What's like a resizable array of things? Because there could be any number of trains going on, right? With max 64 players, your number of trains could be 0 to 64. Actually, that's a very easy way to do it. Yeah, with your max number of players, you could have 0. Basically, is there... Okay. To do query game state and set max capacity of container to max number of players in lobby. This helps it. This probably helps a little bit. It's not very important, but in IMO, if it can help a little bit, it's worth it to do anyways. It's not that hard. And either way, we'd have to do this. Then what you can do is you just use it like any other thing, and it like the container won't have to resize over and over. It'll be like a stable thing, which isn't really the worst thing ever. But I might as well do it anyways because I have a feeling that'll come in handy at some point. But how do you query system state? If I can't query system state, it doesn't matter. What container types are there? I don't know anything about C#. Collections. Oh, I'm sorry. We're using a new term for this, eh? Huh? Now it's a collection? Huh? What next? Boxes? Spoons? Yeah, everybody has the best angle. Did I read that yet? Sorry. I just saw the message. Sorry. I was just so like lost in thought. I was so lost in thought. But good call, chat. Again, you're now on the contributor list. Good call about thinking about the final result. I always neglect to do that. That's my one fatal flaw. Is I get too deep in the weeds. What? No, okay, what collections do you have? Give me a list of you! Where's the collections? Oh, the list. Haha. Is this like the one for everything? Because in C++, it's like you have the C-style array, you have vectors, you have maps, you have all kinds of things. Does C# have array list too? I forgot about that from like Java. I forgot about the Array list. Okay. So explain to me the array list, right? Do people really use it for everything? Is that like the is that the ultimate collection type? Because as far as I can tell, you can just use this for like everything, right? Unless you really need like a dictionary style or like a map style where it's like a single key to one value or like a set of, or like a set or a set of values, right? Because this thing pretty much does everything. And again, the funniest name ever is array list. Like it's like yeah, like you know what you're getting into. It's the ultimate if you need order. Is there a separate unordered type? This handles order? Oh, that's weird. I would have thought this would have been an unordered type. The unordered one is the set. That's fascinating. I guess that makes sense from like a naming perspective. Why does every single because an array look okay array list right half the name an array in other languages has no order. You just put shit in and you just deal with the order yourself, right? A list in other languages is a strongly typed list, which also has no order. But here in Java, it's ordered, which is funny because it's like, why didn't we go down into the same name for the same things for the same behaviors? Like, why did we decide to have a different thing for every single thing? Why is there a different name for every single little tiny functional detail? And why does it change between different languages? Because like, it's exactly what you said before, chat. The specific chat member said, I think I can do C sharp because I know Java. And you look at it and you're like, I can't do this. Because nothing makes sense. Everything's different. People shy, but people has to feed his family. I love it. I love that emote. You'd have set is only an interface. Oh, you have hash test friends if you don't need order plus disallowed duplicates. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess if because like, I guess because once you get into the whole idea of like you have a specialized container type, then it should be an interface because then you have specialized behaviors too. But it's funny that the array list by default is like, wait, is there no way to do like a non-ordered array list that is also as easy to use as this that doesn't have some choice of behavior? Because it's like you just use like is this the most generic container type? Is what I'm trying to like say. Like what is your generic? I'm just gonna reach for like this, and I'll optimize it later type. Is it always this? That's like fascinating. Implements list, implements thing, extends abstract list. What? Abstract collection, extends object. Array list for you. To array, initialize. W3 schools. I'll never use W3 schools. It's not good anymore. It was never good, but when I was younger, I just didn't know that wasn't good. Now I know. What do you use now? And I don't know. You think you can't do any of these because you use JS. So what's interesting is that your mental model of using these actually would map over well. Just think of an array with very specific tunings toward different things, right? It's like a car. Like if you know how to drive a car, you can drive any car. But some cars are better at certain jobs than like others. That's what containers kind of are, right? Like your base car type is something in the array world. It's just a type that can hold other things, right? And then from there, you decide your specialization. You might want a Charger for more insurance fees. You might want a Mercedes to be an asshole. You might want a BMW to be a really huge asshole. Maybe you want a Honda Civic to be like a street racer. You don't really know, right? But those are the specializations that you can kind of go for. But if you just want to drive your average SUV to drive your kids to school, your wife to work, and you to the bar as you lament working 9 to 5 every day, you've got your, whatever it is in whatever language. In JavaScript, it's literally the array syntax, the 2 square brackets. I guess for Java, it's the array list. That's the go-to if you just need a collection, don't have some specific requirement. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And JavaScript, too, actually has these different types. So if you think of it from a JavaScript perspective, it has these like more specialized types, too. So it's like you have like a different... Like you have you have your other bespoke cars to drive, basically. The scary part is that an array in Java is pretty different. Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean by that? I thought the array list was your array. Sorry. I keep hitting the hotkey to play something, and it doesn't stop Spotify. What? Why is there no easy way? The scary part is that an array in Java is pretty damn different. What would you even use an array for, other than a low-level stuff where you cache actual bytes or something? I guess. Oh, you mean different from JavaScript, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess the JavaScript one is kind of weird too, in that the JavaScript one is more of like what we know is like the array list from Java or the vector from C++, where it has a resizable size. Yeah, because a statically sized array, like it seems like in like Java as well as within C and C++. It's like a very specific use case where you have a very specific upper bound on like things, and it's exactly as you say, where it's like you like cache something. I've only ever seen it used in like arena allocation methods, where you have a specific memory requirement for constrained in environments, where you need to have that much space available. I've like only as an optimization method that you reach for versus like an actual thing that you use on a day-to-day basis. Whereas like in like C++, even like the vector is your actual array. And in C, you just use pointers and you hope to God that you don't blow something up. I'm not even kidding you. All I do is use arrays and sometimes set. Yeah, exactly. Like it so you know, like it while it feels difficult, don't downplay yourself. You actually know a lot more than you think. And your knowledge transfers a lot. I just hate that everything has like different name. Why does everything have a different name? It's so annoying. Anyways, just know that your knowledge is the same. It's just a different name for everything. And once you realize that key difference, once you realize what it is in the abstract, I think you're gonna feel much happier about it. Anyways, let's just make a list. Buh. Buh. How does that make any sense? Buh. I don't believe it. No way. So a list has a type. So I can do like a I don't know private list. What is this type? I guess I need like a. Does this have too much shit in it now? How do you make a list of? I guess it's already a reference. Can you make a list of like this? Ref can plows? I don't know. No, stop. Ooh. How do you? Am I stupid? Oh. I guess it's already just a. How do you say it must be a bunch of references? Like it has to be a reference to like something. It can't not be a reference. But also, we get in this issue where it's like garbage collection works on a game object level, but here to do this is manual garbage collection. Be sure to handle when a player leaves here. Because when the player leaves the game, it's like, oh fuck. Well, now it's like, what's going on? I guess I could just have a dynamic. I guess like, well, because something has to store the linked list somewhere. Oh, wait, sorry. This is a thing of linked lists. Camplows. Because you could have like a bunch of these, and you just combine them into one thing. Somebody has to keep track of the linked list somewhere. Somebody has to keep track of the linked list somewhere, and then the nodes themselves will have to know who they belong to. But how does the linked list work? Does the linked list in C#? Does it have like a node thing? Like, is there a node that I can actually use? Do I have to make my own node that links backwards, so I can look up into the container itself? Because at that point, I might as well just handle it on my own, using like an actual linked list that looks everything up. Or is it a set of lists? We're not getting into this. We're not getting into this. My head already hurts. I see nothing. Oh wait, here we go. Linked list node. Here we go. This class cannot be inherited. Fuck. Creates a linked list node. Adds it to a linked list. Checks the values of its properties as the linked list T changes. Linked list node, though, it takes ownership of the value. No, it gets a reference to the value. Right. When it says value contained in the node, is this value moved into the node, or is it... I'm assuming the value could be anything, even like a reference type. We'll try it. If it breaks, we'll go back to the drawing board and we'll say C sharp can't do it, and we'll do something else, right? Let's figure it out. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Yeah. Trains. Okay, what's the listen thing? But the manual garbage collection is going to be a pain in the ass. Handling a player disconnecting and reconnecting is going to be a pain in the ass. Thankfully, you can just build a system at the top level that like handles this, or you can hook into the event. I think because as long as you implement some interface, it's fine. I think. So it's not too bad, but still something to be careful of, right? Join network events. It's on the component only. Son of a gun. Well, I guess it would make sense. From the component, as the player leaves, you then go up and you tell the train conductor, hey, this person left, train's broken, and then this will handle it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll do it like that. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. We have 45 minutes, by the way. Apply rename factoring. What? Okay, what does listen do? What exactly does it do? I need to decompile this so I can see this. Listen to a frame stage. Order is used to determine the order in which listeners are called. The default action always happens at 0, and if you want it to happen before, you should go to -1. If you want it to happen after, you go to 1. What if you go to like 100? Oh, so what's the stages? What stages do I have? I'm assuming this is an enum somewhere. Yep. At the very start of the scene update, bones are worked out. Physics step, interpolation, finish update. When transforms are interpolated. None of these stages really fit. This isn't really like specific to any particular section, technically. Because it's like this is more of a gameplay. It's more of a business logic concern of when we need to care about this thing runs to manage the chains. Because all we really care about is has a player left a chain by letting go of their left click button. There's no physics that's involved. There's nothing that's involved from like a low level perspective. I can just do it at the very start. It doesn't really matter. But at the very end, maybe it's better. Because it's not really important. And I don't want to wait for this stuff to happen. Like, basically, the movement of the character, theoretically, I could make the range of the attachment like fucking long. I could make this thing like 5,000 units, right? 50,000 units. Somebody could wait, that'd be a great item. That's a great item. There's a new item. That's a great item to have. Voice gloves. There we go. Fuck. Nice to have. Where's the list? Okay, well, it was here. Equipment for players. For players. Cosmetic and functional. So. Cosmetic. Functional. Voice gloves that let somebody push things from further away. Yeah, that'd be really annoying. Oh man, that'd be really annoying. Make it really clear who's forcing someone to do something. So it can incite natural violence. We need to ensure that players know what's happening because I want to give every player the choice to like throw a snowball at someone, right? The snowball won't do anything, but it is funny. Maybe this too. Maybe enough snowballs. Colored snowballs, camera system. Button to load snowball. Enough snowballs hitting someone will encase them in a container of snow. Perfect. Okay, well, we just added even more. That's going to be maybe more. This is a nice to have. This is a nice to have. Yeah. Okay, so that's in the nice to have. Okay, our MVP is kind of large here, but I think our MVP is mostly just things that matter. Okay, I'm gonna move the posing system away. The camera and the posing system. No, but I need the camera system for the trailer. For me to make a trailer of this game, I need an in-game camera system And if I'm gonna build one, I might as well have it there for other players to use. So it has to be there for the trailer, right? It has to be there. We have to sell this product from a visual marketing perspective. Okay, this is all good MVP. Okay. We're still good on MVP. Colored snowballs is no longer an MVP. Because now it's getting even tighter in terms of the complexity of things. Okay. And then you have to go to bed. Surely the snowball is also a metaphor for how the lines of code will start snowballing. That's how programming is, right? It's funny that you say that, but also good night. It's funny that you say that because that's usually how it always is. You start small. You kind of spend a lot of your time designing, thinking about things, thinking about what to do. Because really, programming, the hardest part of programming is the thinking about things. Once you think about things and you have enough mastery to like be able to figure out and visualize what it'll eventually end up being, writing the code becomes easy because then it's just translating your thoughts into something real while being distracted by a live chat. But thank you for showing up. You helped me solve a Kia problem. Your name will go inside the credits alongside other chat memories. Maybe random shit around the map is no. It's really about building the snow structures. There must be random shit. Okay. Well, this is easy. This is technically already done. The networking is done by a default. You just have the player prefab, which is very easy to do, and then you just set spawn points, and then you just have them spawn in as they join. Yeah, that's simple. Fuck, spawn points. Safe area spawn point in the middle of the map. Play a prefab. Yeah, it's like a pre-game, but you fab. There was an ad on TV once. I remember this ad, and I don't know why. It was an ad about, I think, condoms, and the ad was very obvious about the person was going to meet someone for sex as a one night stand, right? They were getting off the elevator, and there was narration to it. It was like, "You're ready. You're confident. You had a good shave. You showered. You had a little pre-game before you got here, aka you fapped like you came once before you went on your date, and then it zoomed in on the condom as they said that like line. Now go and have fun." And then it was it was for Trojan condoms, right? Who the fuck jerks off before they before they go have sex? Like, you're gonna have a good time. You know what I mean? You're about to nut. You might as well go. Well, as a dude, for many women, apparently it's harder from both just a natural perspective for many people, but also because a lot of women don't really get finished. I don't really know how it works in like a gay relationship. But at least within a straight relationship, I've heard many horror stories about how women never get to finish. So, but for them it makes sense. But for a dude like my brother in Christ, it doesn't matter whether you do it before or after. You're still gonna nut in like 30 seconds. That or your legs give out. Ad. Hashtag ad. What else is needed? Yeah, this is good MVP. Okay, so good. We also need like the map. The map itself is the MVP. Like it's just a snowy map. Snowy map with sparse trees. Snowy map. Decorations on the map. Decorations on the map. So Christmas timed. No clue if can get system time or something to do holiday theming. Because the original goal of this game was I was going to make it so that you can only play during Christmas. Right? But that's kind of stupid because it's like if it's on s&box, that'd be kind of weird. So I'd rather then do more stuff that's fun on Christmas, right? But also like trees, bushes, squirrels, like animals. I don't know, trees, bushes, animal critters, kind of like, any Warcraft 3 map or something or StarCraft map. They just go around doing random shit. What if you roll a squirrel? Can freeze, by hitting with a snowball or rolling over it, and then use its frozen carcass as a decoration in the snow structure. I think we move this. I think we move critters to an MVP standpoint. I think that's good. Okay, so you have this, you do that. Okay, cool. And then we have the stages. The stage is just on finish update. Sure. Stage dot finish update. What's the rest of the syntax? So, and again, programming gets way faster by the end once you've done all the design stuff, because then you've solved the problem. You just need to do the work to translate it into code, which is more annoying than anything. Yo! I don't know why that song said that, sorry. Order. 0. The default action always happens at 0, so you want to happen before. What? The default action. What's the default action? I don't even know what the default actions are. The problem is, does it mean default as in like can I overtake over built-in systems? Like if there's a built-in system that's doing something on finish update that comes from the game engine itself, does me putting 0 put it after it by default, or does it put it at the beginning as the action? But also you have a minus number, so like where is the default side? Where does it land in general? And then can you take over built-in systems and do something before a built-in system, which seems like a terrible thing to do. IMO. I don't know if you want that. So now the action, which is a function, and then the debug name. Okay, cool, doable. Yeah, all right, cool. Wait, do you even need to say private? Like, is private implied? C# default specifier. Internal. What the fuck is internal? Huh? What the fuck is internal? Wait, what? Oh, look who it is, huh? A new programming language. Only code declared in the same class or structuring access this member. Same assembly. Oh, right, because there's assemblies. Or which assembly are we in? Aren't we inside the s&box assembly? No. We're in the Snowjob assembly. So internal means that anything within this space can use this function. So if I put it to be internal, which is the default, look controller can call train conductor system, which is nice because they're within the same assembly. But if I made another assembly, let's say I wanted to have reusable code, because really this movement controller thing is very straightforward, as well as the look controller, that I could reuse this in like multiple games. I could reuse this for like a mecha game, right? So I could put these into a different assembly for movement, and then combine these two to have either FPS movement or like, you know, like a mecha game movement. But if they're because they're in a different assembly, they wouldn't be able to call any of these. It's better. It's better. Yeah, it's a lot better. Is it ever worth it to specify it then? Probably not. Probably not. What I wanted to do again? What I wanted to do? I guess like process. Realistically, okay, this is gonna be weird. Okay, well, it's gonna be like this. Process train events. It's gonna be like this. Kinda. Wait, what's the specifier for that? If you do like this. Oh wait, sorry. Yeah, the type process train events. It'll be something like this. To do, because what's gonna happen is that, let's say you do static void push train event, right? And you go like this. I'm sorry. Why did you go fucking wild? Why is that? Stop that. Push train event, and then you go like this. You know, train event, something like that to do. And what ends up happening is that because the system runs at like a fixed step, right? Should it even be a system then? Why don't we just make like a giant singleton that just handles this? That's probably fine, right? If you don't make it a system, is it fine for it, like it'll run, right? It'll run. Yeah, it'll just run. Okay, it doesn't need to be a system. Fuck it. Fuck the system. You don't need shit. You don't need a system. I keep hitting the play button. Sorry, I really need to stop doing that. So we won't bother with like an actual game object system because it doesn't really matter when it runs. It just has to run at some point, which then removes this complexity. What I was thinking is if it's a game object system and it runs at a specific frame, what happens if you do something at a point where the system hasn't run yet? Well, you kind of need to queue up what's like going to happen. Like you know what I mean? Like you have to queue up what's like going to happen. Because you're not manipulating the components that directly. You're dealing with the train system. But there's no point of that. There's no system. No need to do this or this. We just have a bunch of methods like, I mean, your average linked list methods. Really, there's only two. It's like break. Well, attach. And then detach. And then whatever your node index is. Can you get to the node index? I don't know if I can. That's all you really need to do. Yeah. And then this thing would... yeah. That makes sense. That way we would know what the train is like, and then we can aggregate all the values at like once. But then if you aggregate all the values of the components, you might as well go with this, because then I'm assuming you need the scene to do anything. So it has to be a game object system, because I need to get all the values from all the components in order to do the final average and sum operations. So it has to be a system. Fuck. Son of a bitch. Is that fine? The problem is that if you do it within this step, it has to call this when it's ready. Yeah, so you have to have an event that does this. Okay, and it's like, okay, attach/detach, and then you do this, and then you can get like the sum of the values, yada yada yada, and then you get the value, and then you do the calculation. Yeah, and you're good. Okay, good. Yeah, okay, good. And then I don't know, like, get train value. For now, this was technically gonna be like for both the strength and the thing. Okay. And this will probably change by tomorrow, because I'm gonna wake up and then be like, what the fuck was I doing here? And then we'll like realize that this is a stupid way of doing things, right? In Euler or something, maybe quaternions. I don't know how to use them, but would negate the need to convert for no reason. Yeah, okay, it's good. Okay, so we do that. We then go over here, because I actually have to go, because I think my buddy's waiting for me to like play. So we have to go now. We'll leave it like this. I think that's good. We'll do like this, because then the push force, this isn't really needed. Can plow, this doesn't really matter. The mass matters, as well as the strength of the thing. The rotation we can get from the transform, which is fine, because then it's very easy to work with, right? But the strength is like a weird value, as well as the mass of the thing. The mass acts as a dampener only on this only dampens the speed at which it moves, not the angle at which it moves at. So make sure that we are aware of that. Thinking the system, you push train event the thing, and then when you process the train events, you do it inside here. So you gotta go with this, and then process train events. I'm running a train on you. That's the debug name, okay? Is that I'm running a train on you. Good. Yeah, so we do that. We do this. We do that. Private list. I don't know, like uints. Just use like a basic type for now. Doesn't really matter. And then events. And then do event type. And then and then we do like the scaffolding for the event type is like this. event is like this, it has like, whatever the type is, like attach slash detach, where inside the train is this, or rather, what is the node that it is, and then we just probably do like an identity check or something. Like there's probably some way in the built-in linked list method to get like where this node is currently. If you have the node, it's easy to look it up. So probably just the node itself, linked list node T, and then from there you can then decide, okay, do you attach it, detach it? That's fairly straightforward. Okay. And we're gonna do plow target. We'll then do this. How does the force propagate backwards? What does the calculation? It's not gonna be this. This isn't the thing that does the calculation. In a weird way, the snowplow controller just handles pushing values as something that will then do something else. So realistically, yeah, the train conductor system, this thing could probably handle the pushing force itself here, actually. Realistically, this could handle all the pushing force itself. Because it already has the linked list, like we could just do it here as well. So process train events to do process attach slash detach to do could also handle the movement of the various game objects here, because we already have all. Okay. This is probably very overly complicated for no reason, but we'll only know about the problem tomorrow. Or some other day. I don't really know what. Probably tomorrow, though. I'll let you guys know by tonight. But hey, thanks for showing up to the sandbox section. As always, a lot of it was spent talking, but a lot of it was also spent thinking. And now that we thought a lot, we have things that we need to do. And we can fill this out very easily because the scaffolding is there, and we have a fairly straightforward way of doing things. We still haven't really solved the snow and the map issue. The map is still very simple. But for the most part, we can actually do quite a bit, actually. One thing I also want to scaffold out really, really quickly, though, is the snowball itself. Is I want to do like the actual snowball component itself. So this is weird in that it's not really anything in particular, probably. Because the thing about this is weird is that the mass of the thing is also directly related to the size of the snowball, and I don't want to copy this value into two different places. Realistically, this could just be a tag component. So this could just be like a tag component of some kind. It can forcibly check that we have a plow component on it, which is fairly straightforward. And the prefab, it's easier to just hook up the prefab inside the thing instead of having like a code thing. Use the prefab to just hook it up. Because the prefab will have this, we just hook it up like this. We do can plow to get the mass, the can plow. Right, so we get the mass of it from this can plow. And then within the thing itself, let's say we do like an update. Where's the update thing? Also, land controller is probably the worst name to use, I think. Go down here, copy all this. Not that we need all this, but I don't remember the structure for whatchamacallit. We go over here. Oops, sorry, not Control G. Oops, sorry, go back. Go delete all this, and then we do can plow. No. Can plow. No, not the global. The thing that's on it. Dot mass. Dot get mass. And then we just scale this. So like transform. Dot scale. Local scale equals the mass times some factor, and the factor right now is just whatever. It's just uint factor equal like 2, and then to do figure out what the value conversion will be, and then we just do it like this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so then to do this has to be a snowball prefab that spawns. And then over here, just really quickly, and then snowplow controller, what we can do is plow target, find plow target. This is for the snowplow. We need like a snowball. Snowballing. These names are fucking awful. We're gonna deal with this, okay, chat? The names are awful. We'll deal with the names eventually. It doesn't really matter, okay? Like, we're gonna deal with it. This handles your actual input. So let's see, protected or override update. There we go. On update. Oh my god, thank you. There's like a there's a much easier way to like find that. In here, if input dot down snowball. Sorry. I really hate that so much. To do instant spawn snowball prefab in hands, affect the floor animations, etc. And then you can do other actions from here, right? So it's like, are you currently holding like a snowball? If you are, then you get to do all this. Private blood is holding holding snowball. Has snowball. Yeah. Get set equal false. Oops. Equal false. Ah, sure. Okay, good. Sorry, bull. There we go. Sorry. So if you have a snowball, if this, so okay, if this has snowball and this, okay, but otherwise, if has snowball, then there's other input things that we can do. So it's like, okay, if input dot down I don't know, throw, then you can do the throw. To do the throw. If input dot down drop, maybe this is more of an else if. You can't do both at the same time. That'd be a bug. To do drop it to start rolling it. Spawn in the add the rollable snowball component to it. Snowball. You see what I mean, chat? You see what I mean, right? I was using the music as a final timer, so it's good. Thank you for watching the sandbox section. I think we have a fairly straightforward way of doing this. You can see what I'm trying to go for here. We have the scaffolding for the snowball mechanic as well as the thing. It's fairly straightforward to do. It's just need to hook up all the prefabs within the editor. Next time we do this, we'll hook up the prefabs within the editor for the snowball as well as the player prefab and what they can do. I'll figure out a better name than Snowballer, although it's funny that it references the sex act. Because I have the humor of a 5-year-old. And then we have the train conductor system, which will handle all the train stuff. TBD on if this will be a good idea next time we come back to it. My litmus test for if it's a good idea is sit on it, forget about it, come back to it. If I say, who did this? This is a stupid idea, and I'm the only one working on the project, it means that it's a bad idea because only I could have made this mistake. So we went from 70% of the game done down to, I want to say, 20%. We don't really have much time left because I think it ends in 22 days. So we have to get this done within 3 days. We're already on day, I want to say, like 5 officially of actually like doing this, or maybe like 4 or something. I don't know. It's been a while coming, just thinking about stuff. Although I actually don't know when we started this technically. I think we started later because of my time off, but we'll see. That's also at the end for the stream. So this VOD is going to be weird. It's going to be the beginning of the stream as well as the end of the stream. I have a song saved for you all. Okay? There's a song that's going to be playing. Yes, that's right. Another song. Because I really, really enjoy songs. Not John Wayne. As I said before, sometimes I like to prepare songs for these little segments. It's a fun little thing that I do. I build like a playlist and we sort of listen to songs together, try out new music. Hopefully it's new to you. If it's not new to you, then you'll say, oh, I recognize this. Have you heard XYZ? Then we share, right? So it's a moment of sharing. It's also fun because it fits the mood sometimes for what we do. This is a song by an artist named Yeba, which I'm sure you're very well aware of. I played their music here before as well. I think their music is fantastic. I think they're a great artist. I think they're like categorically R&B if you want to like categorize people in that way. But even if you don't, I think if anything, when you listen to her song, you'll realize that even if she's not necessarily R&B, she sure as hell is damn good at what she does, and very, very magical in the way that she controls her voice and the way that she sounds. Her voice really does fit very well. And the last song that we played from her, actually, you'll recognize it, I think, from her voice. I forget the name of it right now at the moment, but it was really, really good last time, and a lot of people in enjoyed it. So, as my final send off, goodbye, have a good time. As soon as the song ends, the stream is over, and have a wonderful rest of your day. Live your life. Get out of here. You're free now.